Well, it's that time of the week again, I think. Oh. So, how's everybody doing? Hope they're all doing well. And in a packed programme tonight. Well, as you can see, the guest list is long and distinguished at the moment. It's just me, Siri, and shit, couple of days. Yeah, welcome to my club, mate.
I'm coming, Jesus.
Yeah, do you have to talk about your personal life like this?
Jesus, I'm coming, said me. Magdalene, not the other one.
Magdalene.
That would be fucking weird.
Well, yeah.
It literally would be fucking weird. So, yeah. I'm really happy. I've just managed to install emulators for PS1 and PS2.
Yeah.
And every single version of Gran Turismo that ever was on those two platforms, including the rare GT Concepts.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got it all working on my Mac with an old PS3 controller.
Bloody hell.
Sorry, I know.
It's a happy chappy.
Oh, yeah, it's the little things.
It is, isn't it?
So I'm constantly...
That's what I keep telling Fiona anyway.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, we've got something here.
Go on.
Save photo.
Oh, yeah.
And share with that. Oh. I had chili for dinner tonight.
So did I.
Fat chili. So
I don't think mine was, somehow. Fiona's homemade chilies is... there's nothing slimming about that at all.
I keep forgetting I need to do that, otherwise I see... Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, Jackie, chili, little bit of brown rice. I said, can I have a tortilla with that? Oh, you're on a diet, Oh, dear.
Just the one tortilla, eh?
It's not authentic.
I don't know. I'll have to check with Fiona about that, Simon. She's... Hello, young man.
Good evening.
Young man. There's Ian, but where's the young man?
Oh.
Young man.
Do you know what? The room doesn't look any emptier.
I'm starting to fill it up again now.
Have you had your floor done?
It's been done.
It's been done.
Bit of carpet,
but why are you filling it up again? You're moving,
floor,
aren't you?
Door.
Oh.
Ooh.
The new floor has affected the...
Yeah, he hasn't got his hub connected.
So right on there.
There you go. So why are you moving stuff back in? Because I thought you were leaving...
Yeah, we are leaving. It's a temporary studio.
So's mine.
I'm going to use half of it as much as I can. What's that?
So's mine.
It's everything's crammed into next door, so I've got to store this stuff somewhere. So, but I need it to be usable to some extent. I'm not putting any keyboards or anything up, I've just put the monitors back up. I've got a pair of head rolls which I'm going to use.
You can see a doctor about that.
Sorry, yeah, I know exactly.
There's a soothing balm you can get. Yeah.
Is there? So yes, so he finished this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Torture the last 3 days. So we're just waiting for Mr. Building Control to come and sign it off. or not.
Matt Lee,
Hey,
I like your cushion.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ. Yes, so. Yeah, it's all been. Oh, God, this week.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Nothing to say about that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to move this a bit.
So you had a good one, did you, Matt?
I had to take my neighbour. His dog had to be put down.
It's never good.
No.
Starting with the happy stuff, shall we?
Yeah, as always.
Well, I'm slightly pissed off, really. I had to buy a synthesizer yesterday.
What?
You had to buy a synthesizer.
You had to.
Yeah. I had to buy an Akai VX600.
It's not a bad synthesizer.
It's not a bad synthesizer, but I've had to buy it to break it up.
Why?
Because
You're not using that as a donor machine for your Frankenwolf, are you?
No, it's a donor machine for that fucking Matrix 12, which decided to blow 3 VCOs. And guess what you can't get? SEM 3374s.
Which is the Akai.
Anywhere. So it was either buy a 15 grand Matrix 12, no, or an 8 grand expander, or this 1400 quid VX Akai. So I've had to buy that so that I can essentially fuck it in the arse.
You put it so eloquently.
Yeah, and the thing is, I can't charge the guy for these VCOs because they've gone over in my care. God, the sooner I get out of this fucking business, the better.
Says a man who wants to start designing synthesizers.
That's a different business, mate. I've already started. That's no problem. I'm designing a Eurorack module at the moment. It's sort of like fucking yeah. But anyway, that aside, yeah, having to buy a keyboard to break it up for no, not 1,400 quid. 40 quid? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
1,400. So of course the ICs that I take out of this to put into this Matrix 12 so it can go, I then can't get replacement chips for it because no fucker's got any anymore. It's absolutely nothing.
Oh, it's only a little thing, isn't it? It's a little one, yeah.
It's just the 1,400 quid I just set fire to in the back garden for no apparent reason.
But you can keep
that
it.
I didn't have.
You can keep it, and just in case something else dies that has those chips in, you can go, I know what I can do.
Yeah, but it's got to try and give me back 1,400 quid, you know, for 3 ICs.
Yeah, I know. Feel your pain.
Yeah, well. So, and then I'm stuck with this this VX until I can find the ICs anyway. I mean, I had to borrow the money to buy the bloody thing.
Oh, bloody hell.
So, yeah. Queer Street, basically. And you know my Carvera that I finally ordered?
Your what, sorry?
You know the Carvera?
Carvera.
The CNC machine that's also a circuit board printer and a lathe and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Cancelled the order this morning
Why?
because they suddenly decided to put it 20% off. So I had to cancel the order and then reorder it.
Reorder it.
Yeah, because they were still going to charge me the full amount. No, I'll have the yeah, I know. Just like, wouldn't you just offer me the thing? So,
I bought a record today on Bandcamp, and I always prefer to buy anything on Bandcamp, regardless of whether the artist is a big or small name, whatever. Because you always get, if you buy something physical, you always get a digital download with it as well, and that's really handy. Not every record comes with a digital download. So anyway, I bought it, and it was US dollars, and I thought, okay, let's see how much the shipping is, and the shipping
Yeah.
was 79 pence. Now I thought either they've made a balls up,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or the Bandcamp page is being run from the UK, but they've put everything in dollars or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, I ordered it. It came to about 15 quid, which was fine because the record itself was just a 12-inch singles, 12, 13 quid. And then get an email about half an hour ago. We're really sorry. We made a boo-boo with the distribution or the shipping costs. You can continue this order, but you'll have to pay the difference before we ship it, which of course from America is going to be something stupid.
Yeah.
Or you can go to our UK store and buy it from there. So I went to their UK store, and they're selling the record for $12.99, and they wanted about £7 shipping for a 12-inch single. So I went to another store which I use quite frequently, Bleep, and they were selling the record for 50p less, and the shipping was £4. So I thought, yeah, I'll have that then.
Even at that, the shipping for a record is quite expensive at £4.
Yeah.
I mean,
you think that the record
anything
will
up
come
to-
in a package like this,
Yeah,
which
but-
is usually a thick mailer.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, what was that? That's 500 grams. That's a 12-inch single. I haven't even opened that yet. Yeah, so
But-
and that comes from Norwich.
you should be able to, that should be $2.79 shipping
Yeah.
with 50 quid worth of insurance.
Well, what's this? This
That's
is
Euro.
Sign 448.
Yeah, Parcel Force are just ridiculously expensive. Although Parcel Force have started to use Every and DPD.
Every
I know. I refuse to do it every. I only do every if I absolutely have to. I have a lot less problems with Yodel. There are still problems. I've got an outstanding one from. I sent a guy a thing before December. He's been very patient. It's gone AWOL, and just I put a claim in, but it's taken 6 weeks. I'll get the money at some point, and he'll get his refund. Or it'll suddenly turn up. Occasionally you get that. Oh, we found your parcel after 2 months. But I don't get that many of them compared to what I used to when I used Every or Hermes as it was. But to be fair, they're all as bad as one another. Even DPD, who in the past I've had more problems per capita with DPD than anybody.
really.
Yeah, and I don't do a lot with them, but I used to send. So I'd send synthesizers through them because they were, the tracking was pretty good. They'd send the customer a text saying when it was going to be arriving, but they lost. 3 of the 6 orders that I placed with them.
I wonder a lot of the time if it is a regional thing, because like
I think it
DPD,
is. Yeah,
DPD
yeah,
here
definitely.
are brilliant.
Yeah.
You have the app, you know exactly where they are, when they're coming, within, they'll tell you, we'll be with you within the hour. They tell you that first thing in the morning.
That's great.
And you get all that wonderful stuff. And then the driver is always the driver that they show. They give you the driver's name. So we all know Oliver. And is it Miguel? I think the other one. And so, and you know them and they know you. And you answer the door and you say, hi, Oliver. And they look after you and they smile and they're really great. I've had no end of problems, as you probably remember, with UPS being absolutely shitty
I've had trouble
here.
with them.
Now,
But then
UPS down here is good.
Yeah, you
And
see.
DPD down here is good.
Yes.
so
But
they just
I think
bounce.
Hermes is bad everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Every is just.
Yeah.
The UPS drivers round here, because when we used to get deliveries, we had the shop. We know him, like you're the Oliver guy. We still say hello to him. If I see him in the street, I say hiya.
Yeah.
But in other areas, we've had lots of trouble with you. And you're right about it being regional.
Yeah, I think it is. It's like Royal Mail. So our postman, absolutely fine. Also, they're saying that there's a replacement guy on at the moment. He put next door's mail through our. Actually, no, he didn't put it through our box. He handed it to me.
Okay.
And just as I closed the door and turned over, oh, that's fucking next door, you dick. But the regular guy is sweet as a nut and really nice and very smiley and happy all the time, and it's always here before lunch, and that's good. But then they do parcels, like anything that's over a certain size, because if you live in a village, the postman will come out to the village in his van.
Yeah.
He'll do his walking round, and then he'll jump in the van and then drop all the parcels off.
Yeah.
Whereas here, because we're in a town, they just give the guy his bags on a trolley, and he doesn't have any of the parcels, and then the parcels come from a separate guy. And they hare around. Yeah, they hare around this little estate, especially in the morning with the kids around. It's a bit scary. Parcel force, yeah, mostly okay. FedEx, I've had some issues, but mostly not too bad.
We used to have problems with DPD around here, but not anymore.
No, it has to be a regional thing, doesn't it?
It is a regional thing.
Yeah, and then there's a time span thing. You'll get a good driver, and then you'll get a shit driver.
And our every delivery lady, who's sort of my age, maybe a little younger, I don't know. She has a little blue van, and she always does the round. You see her every day. She's always doing stuff, and the girls are always buying clothes off of Vinted and stuff. She's always happy, and she waits for you to answer the door, and not like the other ones that just throw it at the door. The only thing with every is that you're not entirely sure what's happening between the sender dropping it off and it getting to your delivery lady. It's that bit in between which is the real sticker. Oh, what's the other one I hate? Yodel. Fucking hate Yodel.
I'm not. Like I say, I'm not a fan of any of them, but we have to use one of them because we're shipping, well, on average 20 to 30 parcels a week.
Yeah. So
I want someone. I expect to have some issues at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm having less issues with Yodel than anybody else.
Yeah.
I can't afford to use DPD all the time because, margins are an issue. So it's got to be cheap, But every was just an absolute nightmare. The bigger problem is when you have a problem with them or the parcel goes missing, you can't physically talk to anybody.
Exactly.
So we used to use every, or it was Hermes then, via Interparcel. Because the girls at Interparcel would you'd bring them up and you'd have a conversation with them. They would sort it out. They would then deal with it with Hermes direct. But you can't do that. And we did. I don't think I have it now, but we did have a direct account with Hermes. But their bloody app thing, because you can never get to speak to a person. They're only in Leeds.
Yeah.
For God's sake.
That's ridiculous.
I can shout and speak to them.
Hey, up!
Yeah. Did I tell you my story about my mother, bless her? She didn't pay her last, because she was starting to get forgetful before she passed away. She didn't pay her phone bill.
Oh, right.
And her phone bill, have I told you the story?
No, I don't think so.
Her phone bill was connected to somebody called Rycare because she was in sort of shelter accommodation. Right. If she fell, in theory, the Rycare thing she'd push a button on a thing and they would come and help. That was the idea. BT, she didn't pay the phone bill, so they restricted her phone. So she could have phone calls coming in, but there was no outgoing calls. I spent 3.5 hours on a chat with BT saying to them, well, somebody please ring me and talk to me about this. Oh, no, we can't do that. I went, for fuck's sake, you're BT and you can't ring me. And it's stupid. They wouldn't tell me how much the bill was. Finally got to speak to somebody in executive complaint. And she said, oh, the bill's 25 quid. I said, oh, I'll give me a credit card, I'll pay it now. Yeah. Absolutely,
Ridiculous.
Jim.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. I'm in my very cold kitchen.
What you got in your head, Jim?
Headphones.
Headphones and 3 coats.
Yeah. Scarf, jumper, and hoodie. Partridge in the pear tree.
Yeah,
it is fucking cold.
It's cold here too.
I've got a question for you, Jim. Do you think that the Eurorack market could stand another format?
As in
different from what's already out there?
As in what, different from 3U high and...
No, not the size, the voltage.
Yeah, I reckon probably, yeah. Because, I mean, there's a mixture of voltages anyway, isn't there? So...
Yeah. Oh, that's okay.
We're not going to start talking about Eurorack, are we? If you are, me and Robbie are off.
Oh, sorry, were you talking? I switched off there completely as soon as the word mentions.
Yeah.
I just bought a kit yesterday and soldered it up and got that in now.
What are you looking at, Kent? 415 3-phase.
Yeah. Well, what it is I mean, I could probably do the module in 2 formats. I could do it in standard 12 volt, but I want to do it in 18.
Right.
Because then you get a 15 volt waveform. So it'd be like killer, as they say. Yeah. The digital one, not so much. I mean, the digital one, that's fine. I can keep that running at 5, and run the amps on 12. But there's this main anaglyph VCO thing. It actually requires 18.
Right.
Knocked down to 15. So I could probably no 18 with 15, just in case of the draw.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, more headroom.
Yeah, it'll be well. I've got one on test bench at the moment. It's fucking loud, basically.
Yeah.
So, I tell you what is weird, when you pulse width a sawtooth. That's interesting.
Robbie's fallen asleep already.
Sorry.
Sat in his chair, slowly decomposing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I just farted.
Yeah. So basically, there isn't any SEM 3374s in the world. Spent 3 days scouring everywhere. There was a couple of places on eBay that said they had some, and the address of Shenzhen was a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah.
You're not going to find them on Pornhub.
Well, I thought I might have one got stuck in their ass or something, but no. So, and I went through my spare chip collection, and 10,000 ICs later, I went, no, I found one, plugged it in, didn't work.
What else did you find, though?
Oh, I must admit, I did find about 40 or 50 CS80 VCOs.
Blimey.
Put them down into a nice piece of foam, along with some filters and envelope generators and
Working
waveform
ones.
converters.
Or
We'll see.
I don't know. Yeah.
We'll see. I'll make up a test bench and I'll go through them.
Cool.
Because I've got to do an emergency CS80 repair on the 1st of February. Weirdly. Well, it's got to be an emergency one, I don't know, but there you go.
Obviously, one you haven't worked on before.
Oh no, I worked on it a million years ago, but it's developed this little scratching on the LFO. I think I know what it is. So, purr.
Yeah.
Hello, young man.
Come on. You come in.
Hello.
Muted.
Oh, take a drink.
Either that or he's taking the piss. Longhurst has upped his game.
No, that's not me. That's Jim.
It's definitely not me.
I prefer exhausts.
That's why he looks exhausted.
Oh, yeah, I see what you did there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right then. What's the difference between a clitoris and a golf ball?
Fish.
No.
Oh.
A man will quite happily spend 10 minutes looking for a golf ball.
Not this one. I had one from Steve, who what was it? Oh yeah, man goes for a job interview. The man says, "And your name?" And he says, "It's Steve, fucking cunt Roberts." And he said, "What?" He said, "Steve, fucking cunt Roberts." He said, Sorry, do you have Tourette's? And he said, no. But the vicar at the christening did.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Wap, wap, wap.
It's not working. Not working.
Oh no! I don't know. He gets a new desk and the whole bloody planet falls apart.
Yeah.
I think I just fired a blank. It's nothing quite so disappointing.
Well, nobody hurt then.
How are you, Matt?
All right, mate. Not too bad, thank you.
Did it go well?
What go well?
The getting the cushion put up behind you with those words on.
It didn't take too long, thanks.
Good.
Ah,
Better
there
late
we
than
go.
never.
Yay, there we go.
Got there.
Fucking hell.
Spiritus Santi.
Oh yeah,
Fiddly, fiddly.
Kent, I did message you about that touche. Is that still cool? Or-
Yeah. Everything's
Cool.
still on. Yeah.
Cool.
I've left everything with Fiona to deal with because she's good at like remembering things and
I see.
remembering things really more than anything else.
Is the video still up for reference?
Yeah, go back and go. Check it all out. So I gave her the I
Gave the list.
swiped her the
Cool.
thingy across. Oh, that reminds me. I thought you bum dialed me earlier, Andrew.
Oh, me?
No, Andrew.
No, it wasn't a bum dial. I was doing a particularly gnarly patch on the. I have been back-to-back meetings, and I was, those days where you just can't fucking stop because people keep ringing you, and I had literally 5 minutes. And I
It's
thought,
called Day.
fuck it. So
Yeah.
I turned it on. I'm doing, and I was just enjoying some of the. I was just going to say, what about this? And then you weren't there. So.
Well, what it was, I was actually on the iPad at the time. I was just doing some filter calculations, and it come up, and Andrew, went like that, and then it stopped and went out. I went, oh, he's probably bum dialed me or something like that.
I didn't dial your bum. I was too busy up.
Well,
with
I didn't think any
exhaust.
more of it. And then later on,
okay.
Fiona came in from the kitchen. She's made the chili and everything like that. And she goes, oh, I might have done something a bit naughty. I said, what's that? She goes, oh, well, Andrew phoned you, and I was in the middle of a game, and I just cancelled it. Because when you phone me, it comes up on her iPad as well.
On
So-
grounds of good taste, then. That's what
My
I mean,
my
that's-
emails come out on her iPad and her laptop. My messages, everything comes out on her iPad and laptop.
Now you have me thinking.
That's a disaster waiting to happen, Ken.
No, it's fine. As long as
Yeah,
I
we
play
should have a chat.
within the guidelines, I'm all right.
Did you
I'm
see
fine.
my message about the stand and that?
Very likely.
Yeah, I said just let me know your bank details and I'll pay for it. But can you hang on to it till either I come down there,
Yeah.
or if Matt's coming across, I might ask Matt a favour.
Yeah.
Are you going across anytime soon?
Well, I don't know. It depends on when Rob's planning to go down because I was sort of talking about catching up, the pair of us.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sometime soon.
Yeah.
You will?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to play everything by ear right across the board. It's not a problem.
I'm happy to pick it up for you, mate.
You're a star. You can because if you drop it off in Topsom,
Yeah. Yeah, not a problem.
My mother-in-law's, and I could pick it up from there.
Easy peasy. Not a problem.
I'm going to get these
Yeah.
fucking transporters sorted out.
But I'll pay for it as soon as you send me your details.
Need to
Unless
get
there's a
teleporters.
wire 8 to add to it.
Yeah. Well, it'd be handy, wouldn't it?
Would.
No, I'm Andy.
Stick it on the pad. Bzz, gone. Thank you.
Oh, right.
Yeah, until a fly goes in there, and then it's just all fucked up.
Oh my god! And then it's all blah,
There's nothing
and
worse than
eating
getting
the
a fly caught
wallpaper.
on the back of an
and-
exhaust on a Range Rover, either.
oh
let me
god,
tell
yeah.
you.
Tell me about it. I'll tell you what, you'll get such a hard on when you see the Mustang.
I've got a semi just thinking about
So
it,
many to
Ken.
choose from.
I have. I've got a semi just thinking.
Yeah.
I'm
think you
thinking
can
of
get your
pleasuring
whole head
myself
into
with
them.
a Kenwood food mixer,
Yeah.
like Matt.
Well, that's a self-solving problem.
I missed all of that.
I wasn't paying attention.
I was
Just
talking
as well.
Shit, so it's just as well, really. You know.
Who? Oh dear.
There, I've turned up a little.
Ken,
Yes, darling.
I'm thinking of replacing all the jack
number?
jackets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, twat. The jack sockets in that rack unit.
9.
The delay reverb unit.
Right.
How do I tell? This is probably going to sound like a real stupid fucking question. How do I tell if they're stereo or mono jacks?
By the amount of contacts on them.
But they might be normal
Mono.
as well.
Right.
Who knows?
Well, it's an 1984 unit, so I doubt it.
Have a look at the schematic.
There isn't.
It's
No,
actually-
there's the only
If you,
thing.
if you
really
look
good.
at the if you look at the board, right, where the socket is, right, and you look on the underside of the board, if you've got 2 tags and 1 tag, it's a mono,
Yeah, that's
right?
what.
If you've got tags both sides, normally it's like it'll be a switching jack, and if it's got 4 tags, it's a stereo jack.
I'll take pictures and send them to you. That's
Are
fine.
you
That's
talking,
fine. That's fine.
Matt? Are you talking about the looking inside the actual sockets themselves? Or
No,
are you talking
I've
about
got the lid off and everything because I'm doing bits to it.
And what's it on?
It's analog delay and reverb unit. It's a spring reverb and
And
it's
how many jack sockets are on it altogether?
2 on the back and I think 6 on the front.
What's it called?
I will go and get it. 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good
I
idea.
can't remember.
Okay. Because the other thing is there might be, if it's got the legending of left over one of them and right over the other, there's a good chance they're mono.
There is also a way of rewiring so you end up with balanced, but you
Yeah.
need to change the doofers.
Yeah, but the
actual
thing is,
sockets
he's only
themselves.
just learned how to turn a soldering iron on. So we'll just baby steps at this
Baby
point.
steps.
Baby steps. Yeah. That's what we need.
Righty ho. I won't be staying long. I just thought I'd come in early, and I might join you again later.
I see.
You got the money in?
There he is.
It is
It is copyrighted, you know.
It is.
a Q-Tech.
Fuck me at Q-Tech. Yeah, I remember them.
Okay,
Yeah.
1984, you reckon?
It's the only piece of information I can find on it on the web is on the musings page.
Saying don't buy it no matter what.
No, it was the original magazine article from 1984.
Oh, right.
The only
What's it-
thing I c-
What's the arse look like?
the back end has got 2. It's got an in and an out on it. Oh shit! Camera, fucking hell, I'd be shit on top pops, wouldn't I?
Just turn it 90 degrees so we can see the actual sockets on the inside,
Ah, right,
in
okay.
and out.
The ins are all on the front, as far
No,
as I know.
the actual sockets of on the back of the thing.
Oh right.
They might be switching, pedals and stuff. They
Well,
might
it
not
says
be
in and
outputs.
out, so
Yeah.
In and out,
It's
minus 20 dB.
I think
Oh,
that
no,
sounds
that's
like
signal.
it's an auxiliary send, but an effects return, doesn't it?
Yeah, they look.
Yeah.
How many wires are coming off the back of each
That
socket?
look mono.
They look mono, don't they?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're monos, darling.
they're mono.
Yeah.
With my nose, and the front ones well, one's been fucking changed out, but I'll get you some pictures.
Yeah, all right.
Just show us the front ones quickly, because it could be that. And tip it 90 degrees.
On the inside,
That's not so easy to.
It's under the board.
is
The
it?
board's in the way.
Yeah.
No, you can see just about.
Yeah, you probably see better with those.
Yeah,
Those
closer.
look like they could be stereo. Some of those could be stereo.
No, it's not enough wires coming off them.
No.
That one
No.
there's only got 2 wires.
I think they're all mono.
Signal and earth.
Yeah.
I was seeing 3.
Well, like I say, I'll send pictures and we can.
Yeah, one of them might be stereo, but it might be like the headphone. or
Headphone
something.
thing. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But which socket is it you got to swap out, Buds?
I want to swap them all out because they're all minging.
Oh, okay.
I just want to do it up, you know.
Yeah. Know what you mean.
I mean, it's fucking 40 years old. I'd paid 20 quid for it, so
I'll tell you something else that's disappeared off the face of the fecking planet.
go on.
100k lin sliders for Odysseys. Alp Odysseys.
What else were they? Those were used on something else. What the frick was it?
not
There's
the
string synth. The
Not
well,
just
it'd be on the
arc
Axe, on the Odyssey, on the Omni. Used on the Omni as well.
things. I was
And the
thinking there was-
100k ones are the most prolific, and they are fucking vanished off the face of the planet. No cunt's got one now. There's one guy selling one old second-hand one for 30 quid. One slider, yeah. You go to the places where people used to be able to pick them up in bags. Now say out of stock.
What length are they?
I'm trying to remember what their throw is. I think they're 20 foot, but they're quite tall and have the little plastic doobry thing. So
30 mil, 40 mil. Throw.
no, bit more than that.
I'll tell you why I'm asking. It's because there's another, Pika Patterson do the auctions.
Yeah.
Right. They've got another BBC sale going on, and they have got boxes and boxes of components going back forever.
Yeah.
Which are they don't know what they are, but boxes and boxes of components going for a tenner.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether it would be worth having a look.
It might be, you never know, but they were very specific sliders, these things. But one time they used to be able to get them. Then it went a bit dark, and then somebody started making them again. But that person has stopped making them, and now they're rocking some shit again.
Well, this morning I went down to the mill, and we've got a big square pond, and
Yeah.
it was frozen over, and I saw a swan do a slider.
Yeah, there was trouble at mill.
Aye. But it's beginning to get like that right across the board now with the vintage stuff. The parts are getting either dead rare or too expensive, and
Yeah.
you're going to see a lot of these repairs are going to become financially unviable.
That's why I'm kind of interested with what's happening with Korg now, who just re-released this thing. We'll talk about it on the show tomorrow, no doubt. But they're getting into a new chipset. They've got a new bunch of, chips to...
No, they haven't. They've just stuck it on a Raspberry Pi.
Have they really?
Well, I'm pretty certain the what was it? The King Korg Neo. I'm pretty certain that's. I need to confirm it. I'm pretty certain that's same platform as WaveState Optics and the other one, Modway.
I need to get coding on a bloody Raspberry Pi, don't I?
And I wouldn't be at all surprised, given that the Micro Korg 2 now has that display on it, because it didn't have a display on the original, did it? This has now got a display with menus, and that display, I haven't looked closely enough, but it looks about the same size as the display on all those other platform synths. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Micro Korg 2 has got a Pi,
Raspberry Pi.
yeah, compute board in there.
That's what I was thinking of, because they're saying it's a brand new VA thing. But
It's a new
just,
VA engine, but it'll be running on Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Or
right.
it's-
Are they
or
just
it's
saying?
equivalent.
Are they saying it's new because it's not like the old one? But it's
Well,
new,
like
you know.
like iPhones,
it's a new model.
which are exactly the same as the one before.
It's a
It
new
might be
piece of
slightly
modelling
different colour.
software.
Well, yeah,
Well.
yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Right, I've got to go, I'm afraid. Got to
Good to see you,
pack in
Jim.
the bag and stuff. Yeah, good to see everyone else.
All right, buddy.
I'm probably not going to... I'll probably miss start of the show tomorrow night, but
Where are you off to?
I'm working out the office tomorrow, so up in Knutsford. So,
Ooh.
yeah.
Ooh,
And we're doing an office move as well, so it's all like, yeah.
you looky bastard.
Well, what's nice is I got this desk here for free.
Ooh.
Got all my soldering stuff on it, so that's nice.
Oh, you got one of those
So-
blue component mats as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cheap Chinese, Amazon, whatever. Yeah. But yeah.
Now you know where to go, Ian.
I do. I'm going to come to Stroud.
Yeah, do you know what? You should move to Stroud, mate. You should move to Stroud. Jim, you could bring Jim with you.
I'll bring him with me.
Yeah,
Cool.
bring Jim with you. Move to
Pick him
Stroud.
up on
Jim,
the
move
way.
to Stroud.
Don't send him somewhere else. He hasn't even found Froome yet.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Cool. Right, I'd better go. Oh, Bluebell's about to use the litter tray as well, which you're going to hear. You're going to hear it, unless I mute.
Squatty catty.
Yeah. Lots of scratching. And
Yeah.
Not pleasant. All right, take care, everyone. I'll see you,
mate.
see you soon. Cheers.
Love so,
Bye.
bye. Yes, so
Yeah.
what to do?
I was just going to look.
Well-
I didn't know about the Korg thing, the King Korg thing.
What, that it was released?
Mm.
Yeah.
Because as a Korg dealer, I'm clearly
King Korg
non
Neo.
grata.
Yeah, King Korg Neo, Micro Korg 2, and there's a new stage piano as well.
But they're
which is-
doing it with these shitty. If it really is Raspberry Pi and they're charging that, for
I'm just
it, what the
assuming because
fuck?
it's in that platform, but it might
So
be,
look,
might not
I'm
be.
just trying to see what they. Oh, it's coming up, but King Korg.
I know very little about the original King Korg. It kind of like passed me by. I never.
I
really-
remember it. Yeah, well, I don't think we ever sold it, but
Good sounding thing.
it was all right. Yeah,
Very nice
it's not on the
sounding
it's not on the dealer profile yet, so that means that I'd expect it by the end of summer at the earliest. There's just the old King Korg accessories cases and
Wasn't the
stuff.
King Korg based on the Micro Korg XL? Somebody.
The Micro Korg XL, I mean, it's still current, but I never liked it. To be fair, I was never fond of it.
I'm trying. Oh, here we go. Hang on. I'll try and find this. Somebody was talking about it today.
You know, have you seen the drum thing they brought out as well? It's just a rhythm unit. It's an updated.
Oh, the KR11.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, we did the original one. They're not great. They sound all right, but it's just home accompaniment stuff. Or you know.
All right. Where is it? I lost it.
Would buy a Donkey Korg.
Well, do you know Robin, who wrote the article for Gear News, inadvertently put King Kong,
Did they?
and then somebody commented and said, "I think you've got a typo." So yeah, it's. I was writing about something that I can't talk about. Oh, I just realised. Yeah. So no, the joke's pointless, and I'll give it away. When's it coming out? Is it next week? I think yes, next week. But there are two words that could, and I was writing the wrong word, which would have been quite disparaging of the company as well. So I had to go through and double check everything to make sure I hadn't written the other word.
But that King Korg Neo looks like an Op 6 stroke mod wave state, doesn't it?
It's the same
That's same box.
same box, yeah.
They've just stuck a microphone in it.
Which is why
The original
Rightly
King
or
Korg,
wrongly
if I remember right, it was
assuming.
much bigger. It was a 64 no?
yeah, but the engine was it micro? I'm sure it was a
I
micro
don't know.
XL.
Let Steve in, Rob.
No,
Do it, you lazy bastard. Oh, fuck's sake.
Go on,
Bloody
then.
thing.
Have you seen what Gear News said about it?
Oh,
The rather underwhelming VA synth
Yeah.
has returned to terrorise us in smaller and more manageable format. That's a bit damning, isn't it?
Yeah, this
I
is.
didn't write it.
I've just found something that might be
didn't
interesting
write
to you guys.
Go on.
Go on.
Techi has just released a stand for a Mac Mini or a Mac Studio,
Yeah.
and you can put in NVMe hard drives in there.
Because the
So
other
you-
one was
M2 SATA.
that's it, yeah.
So with that, you could go any size.
Well, that's what I was just. That's interesting. How much is that?
£100.
And then the cost of a drive on top.
Yeah. So, but what price that if you're
I see.
expanding the storage on your?
Does it come with more USBs?
It basically.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me.
It uses one, but it gives you an extra 2 or 3, doesn't it?
It uses one USB-C and gives you, I think, 3 USB-As, 1 USB-C, and card slots on the front for SD and micro SD.
So they're mainly for Mac Mini, but you can use them on Mac Studios. But the thing is, with the Mac Studio, you've got 2 USB-As and 4 USB-C stroke Thunderbolts on the back, and then you've got 2 USB-Cs on the front and a card reader. So you're not really gaining anything. You're gaining a second card reader if that's important to you.
But you are getting high-speed, upgradable storage.
But you get the storage built in, which
Well, you're getting upgradable storage.
Which
you don't
you know
get
is
the storage. You
high
have to buy the
speed?
storage on too.
How are we, Andrew? Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm
All
good.
right, mate.
but the long and the short of it is it does mean you can upgrade your Mac with more high-speed storage, and you're getting 3 extra USB ports.
Yeah,
4.
It makes much more sense for a Mac Mini, but it's still good for a Mac Studio.
Well, that's why they're targeting the studio now. But I got mine, and it's brilliant.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Have you seen any of the talk about issues, fundamental code issues with the M2 platform?
No.
Okay, then I won't go into that further right now until I know I can. Just wanted to make sure it was. Yeah, how are you, Steve?
You got it out there.
I'm good. I've been a busy boy this week for all the wrong reasons. I've been sort of getting my arranging student took delivery of his little system, and he's been shaking that down and learning MIDI in a hurry, which is good. And I took delivery of. I was once in a big band, took delivery of the book this week. So I've actually got 1,200 arrangements for a 12-piece band to digitize.
Handwritten?
Handwritten. Wait a sec. No, they're beautifully written. I'm writing OCR software to actually do the brunt of the work. So that's an interesting little project. But I also took delivery of the 10-piece book and a 26-piece book that had extended with strings. So if anyone wants to learn arranging, it's a very good lesson. This is John Hawker, who studied under Malcolm Arnold and is from Bristol originally. So he's not far from several of you, I suppose.
That sounds like a fabulous resource. Actually,
It will be if it can be digitized in a meaningful way. Once you've got a digital form, of course, it becomes ubiquitous, but at the moment it's sort of restricted to the lineup specified. So you can't, for example, swap the parts out without recopying everything, whereas if you have it digital, you could possibly swap in different ensemble lineups, as it were, to use the same charts. So yeah, that is a good resource. But also just for education. I mean, just for kids who when someone comes to me and says, I want to know how to arrange, I've either got to spend 10 weeks with them chatting about the problem, or I can direct them now to a resource and say, here, have a look at this, and you can see these charts. So these charts have all been commercially lifted from recordings of big bands dating right the way back to the 20s. So, yeah, interesting resource.
bloody hell, that's going to be a really interesting set of resources. If you can digitize those.
Oh, even part of it. I mean, even the point is that band used to play requests, so it could do anything, and the scope of music is spanned about 6 decades. So, I mean, if you wanted soundtrack stuff, it was there. If you wanted Heavy Man CD stuff, it was there. If you wanted Vernon Herman, it was there. If you wanted the Billy May stuff, it was there. So, or in terms of big band, yeah, I know it's a very unique niche style of music, but.
Do you know, Steve, you've just got me thinking that there is possibly a really, really good application, finally, for VR and music, where in VR you could have the thing playing back in MIDI and you can use your hand movements to conduct, to bring things down, to speed things up, to give the timing, to pull down different sections and pull up others. That could be a really, really... I'm going to think about that.
That's a very good idea, Andrew. That's right from left field, but it's your brilliant mind working as usual. But the other thing I was thinking this week, No, I mean that's a great application. I just thought about that, thinking, yeah, I immediately thought CC7 volume and putting that out across 16 channels and having 16 players. You've got that scope to actually.
Well, you got
conduct the
CC7, you
individual
got
level.
CC11, you got 16. You've got a whole bunch of different
Yeah,
CCs.
that's where my
that you
mind
can-
went in that moment.
Yeah.
But you're right, it can be used. The other thing is you could actually take that library and pump it through an API for a artificial intelligence program, and then turn around and say, I want this number orchestrated in the style of this, and it could potentially use the structures that it sees in those charts and use that as the benchmark for the voicings in the new chart. So you could have an AI arranging engine that could arrange in the style of X, Y, Z. So that's interesting.
That's also a thing. But if you do it, what I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about the VR thing. You because you've got control over the tempo and the timing, as well as dynamics for each of the sections. That certainly gives you the ability to do that on the fly. That's a really. I'm going to give that some thought.
I wouldn't do it on my fly, Andrew. I think if you did it on your fly, you'd need an exhaust pipe.
I haven't. My arms don't move that long. They're not that big. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
no. Well, you might need to. You might have a third section, right? So you might have brass,
Yeah.
reeds, and then what do you do with the strings? That's what we all ask. So,
Steve,
you
I've got a
probably need
semi. I've got a semi thinking about. I've got a semi from his Mustang, and I've got a semi from your Fly. I mean, I'm getting towards a full.
Yeah, that's a pretty
How
fly
many
for a
semis
white
in a
guy.
full?
Sorry.
How many semis in a full? That's the question.
It is.
Depends how
And we're not
quick you
going
are.
there. We're not going there for the kiddies' sake. But I think yes, that was interesting. And the other one, interesting project I saw. I was thinking this week, there must be some synthesized works of Bach out there, apart from the original Wendy Carlos ones. And I realised that nobody has done the Bach 48 for Moog modular or Moog synthesizers. So that's another project that I'm trying to get started. I'm going to a meeting on Tuesday to start that recording process for the Bach 48 and probably French suites and a few other ancillary things. So that's another little project that's cropped up this week. So I'm currently selling a lot of cheap gear to fund it. So we'll wait and see. Things I've got extras of and stuff that's old and a bit worn out. Oh, yes. So, yeah, so my week was interesting because I inherited 3 big band books, and that's about a ton of, it's probably close to between 13 and 20,000 sheets of handwritten music. But it is all possible to OCR it. I've done some initial trials and I managed to extract one MIDI file from one part already. So it needs a few nuances, like things like articulations for brass and phrasing and glissandos and stuff still have to be applied. But generally speaking, the orchestrations all pass muster and they're all scannable, which is great. So I've just put everyone to sleep there. That's fantastic. It's quite Australian.
No, I'm thinking you started a whole line of thought there, which has me. You drop these little pearls in, and it all goes quiet, and it doesn't go quiet because no one's interested. I mean, that's also true, but no, it doesn't. It
really
goes quiet
arcane.
because I think.
Really
What the fuck?
Oh, you've got the Longhurst mind thinking.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant mind. It just spends too much time sitting on it.
Ramming it up in car exhaust.
Well, you might have a third section, so yes, you might need that. Yeah.
It's what they call decoking.
If I had a second brain cell, I'd be
Jet
dangerous.
washes.
Right, anyway, that was my little excursion this week, which was something I hadn't even thought about last week, but they were new things that came up. So yeah.
Well, I'm now searching. I'm searching.
Well, one thing I might.
Quavers that he shoved up his arse.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I said for the quavers that he shoved up his arse. Look.
Oh yeah, well, but what I was thinking was if I put those orchestrations through the Mod X8 or the Yamaha engine and just use the standard samples for each line, you've got a 12-piece book can go through 16 MIDI channels readily, and suddenly you've got a way. You could do CC7 or whatever, and we set up sensors in the room to have each part come up or down accordingly. So that would be well possible to do. You could do that quite simply and do your conducting thing. Maybe the tempo would take a little bit of work, but yeah, that's well and truly possible once we've got a few digitized. In fact, it'd be fun to actually play one on the show, to actually get a chart that's been written, an original one, so we don't have a copyright issue, and just to hear it back and see how real it sounds. But as a resource for arrangers, it would be fine. You know, like once you've got a digitized MIDI part, it's probably a 85% approximation of the overall sound and balance of a real orchestra. The only issue becomes, and this is something with all multi-timbral sort of boxes, you've got a Z plane, and so you don't want your violin sounds 3 feet away from you and your percussion 40 feet away from you. You've got to sort of have them in the same proximity, as it were, to the listener. And so that's the real issue. What you've got to find samples that will do that for you effectively without sounding too close or too far away. That was a problem with the cheaper orchestra libraries, like the Garrettson Personal Orchestra, which is one of the cheapest ones you can acquire for orchestral sounds. It just has problems with proximity on different samples. So your percussion is sitting right in front of you and your flutes are 35 feet away. It doesn't sound quite right. You can't even balance it in unless you swamp it with lots of reverb. So those who've been down that exercise, and a few people here have, if you don't own the Spitfire or the other fantastic sample libraries out there, then you will have come across this. So, but I'm sure that the Mod X8 will have about the same proximity from the listener with all its different sax and brass and rhythm section samples. And I think it can be made into something that works. So, Andrew, you're on the right track there with that VR thing. I think that would work quite well.
I've just found something called Maestro VR on Steam. It's a supposedly
is that steam coming out the exhaust pipe, or?
Yeah, no, it is. It looks terrible. So because I understand, I know about articulation and how these things work. I've got an idea. I'm going to go away and think about it.
Well, I'll generate a few charts for you and send you some MIDI files, and you can work them on your Yamaha device at your peril.
You leave Beryl out of it. Poor Beryl.
She's under there somewhere.
She's still washing the Smarties out of my undies. I mean,
those stains last, don't they? There's a stubborn understains.
The red ones are buggers.
They will change the colour of your underwear, though. That's the main thing. So anyway, the Moog. I was surprised because I saw Wendy Carlos's title, The Well-Tempered Synthesizer. I thought, oh, that's bound to be the Bach 48, the preludes and fugues from the Well-Tempered Clavier, but it's not. It's a different set of music. So, and then I went about looking for the Bach 48 as a synthesized work, and that's not out there. So that's going to be a target the next week or two to get those down, and then take it from there. So people say, oh, you just download the MIDI files and run them through a bunch of synths, but it's a little bit more subtle than that, because the work that Carlos did was also to blend the sounds that were slightly different in the context of that. And then also
she used MIDI chord packs. Everybody knows that.
There's a great A minor chromatic prelude. I think it's in the second book of the Well-Tempered Clavier, and it's written by aliens. It's one of the most intriguing and difficult works I've ever come across. And the harmonizations change every semiquaver or 16th note. So it's a very interesting
it's
piece
jazz.
of work. Oh, and then, so the first page is written forward, and then the second page is the same thing but inverted. So it's mirrored that way.
What a lazy fucker. Oh.
Yeah, so if you can't write it one way, we'll just write it upside down for you in case you didn't get it.
Spilt coffee on it and it just soaked through.
Well, that's going to be the OCR issue, that those charts after 40 years will have stains or stubborn understains or smarty stains or other things like that on them. Because I know a few people's underwear changed colour when they actually got the book, because each book is the size of a briefcase and holds 1,100 pieces of music. So, yeah, interesting. Anyway, that's enough of my boring lot. That's what the Antipodeans are doing this week.
You're all a bunch of bastards.
Better than some of the videos I saw this week. Christ almighty.
The other thing is I've got to get hold of more Moog oscillators to do this project. So it'll be an interesting project in itself, just trying to find enough oscillators to...
it's mini-me. Didn't think.
Oh, just really go to a concert or something.
Get a fucking life.
He's going to one soon, isn't he? You're going to Birmingham, aren't you?
He's not going to Cheltenham.
Not.
Not got a
You're
long
right.
till then.
Yes, thank you. How are we?
We are.
What do you want to know about my Wii for?
I'm just checking. I'm checking my settings. Hang on a minute. No, fuck it, can't be asked. Hang on, settings.
I'll have to get a Bordello pink light, I think. It looks rather good.
No, it's just the house is on fire again.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Fine, I'm back again.
Hey.
I only look as shitty as Robbie, except Robbie's all blue, that's all.
But I'm not all blue. My background's blue. I don't match my background like you, Buster Blood Vessel.
You're a bit blue.
It's Kingpin.
Oh, it's just not the same. See, now the Christmas lights aren't here. It's just...
Yeah, well.
Do you want Christmas lights?
Oh, no, yes.
Don't bend over. Do not bend over, Andrew.
No, do you know, honestly...
Hold on a moment.
It was
bending over. Oh, no.
It was... Oh, hang on a minute. Come on. Get them on. Get them
He's
on.
picking up
Any
his
minute,
back
any
books.
minute now.
Yay!
It's going to make him
It was-
twinkle now. There you go.
Oh, it was seriously discussed in this house whether the Christmas lights actually stayed up.
Yeah. We had that discussion here.
Yeah.
It lasted 3 nanoseconds.
No, it was a big decision here.
3 nanoseconds. Are you talking about my orgasm? Sorry, I have my headphones off.
No, it's just Fiona going, no.
Okay.
That was the end of that.
No,
Oh,
do you know
okay.
what? Actually, it was actually me that said no, and the reason was that because I like Christmas to feel special and wonderful and magical, and if it's just up 24/7, it's not going to feel special and wonderful and magical. So,
Well, you can't do that. You can just buy a Range Rover. You'd be fine. Did you get your shit done today?
shit is done.
Yes.
Oh, you did it.
It's
I did mine as
finished.
well. I did
Well
mine. I got
done.
mine delivered.
Yeah.
I did mine and burst into tears.
So, I'm depressed at just how much money I waste. That's
Only
all.
took an hour.
But anyway.
Basically, the form with "you're fucked" at the bottom of it. Sign here.
I just signed mine Robert Maxwell. I don't know.
I signed mine Ty Unwin. You never know.
Justin,
Greetings.
How you doing?
I'm doing
All right,
well.
buddy. Andrew, do you want those? Do you want those tickets? Because if you,
I
if
hadn't
you want
heard.
them-
I was speaking to my friend that I was speaking. I'm telling you about. I'm speaking to her tomorrow morning, so I'll ask her. I didn't bother until now, but I'll ask her.
Well, if they're yours, if you want them,
Thank you. I'll ask
So-
first thing, and I'll get back to you.
good.
When
Not
I
a
say
problem.
first thing, I've got a meeting first thing. After
Yeah,
that,
but all I'm saying is, even if you want them to have anything to do with the mill, so you can give them away or whatever you want, just go for it.
that's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
It's not a problem. They're yours if you want them.
Good with your shitty tickets that I was second choice for.
You were. Fucking hell, get over it. What the fuck is that?
Not me.
Oh, don't even. What a pile of shite.
I think your iPhone's broken, Robbie.
So much fun.
Oh, yeah. So's rubbing your genitals down a cheese grater.
Again.
Oh fuck! I mean,
Why does that
Robbie,
sound like the boss
Robbie.
fight from Double Dragon?
Robbie, it's shit.
why?
It is.
Why?
Sounds more
No,
like
you see, I'm going to go out there. You see, this is where I'm going to get really controversial, and I'm actually going to say it.
Really?
Go on.
I know you have a relationship with that company, Robbie, but everything they fucking produce, in my opinion, is just shite.
Apart
So-
from the ELZ1 play, which is freaking brilliant.
No.
Have you got any of it? Have you tried
Steve
any of it?
is in the chat. Have you seen it? Just wait till Ty gets the TV show gig where they want chip tune for the music.
Yeah.
No, I'll be going, Robbie.
Robert, yeah.
Have you seen my
please,
prices?
Robbie. Yeah.
People were wondering why I put the word fight in the title.
I was going to reply with fatality.
Go on, show us the drums, Robbie. Show us the drums. Go on.
Oh, now I want one.
I was just thinking, if I was doing an 80s sort of movie, or a thingy, then I might, it might be worth getting one for that. But
Joking aside, when I did that Waco thing, whenever that was ago, there was a bit where they were showing clips of. It was kind of He-Man period, kind of 1983, 1984.
He-Man
And I
had
have-
periods.
Yeah, no, don't go there. And I did actually use some chipsets, but they weren't proper. They were just samples because it was literally for like a 30-second segment that had to sound like it was written for a computer game in 1983, 84.
Yeah.
But that was for, why would you actually still want to write music like that? I have no idea. I literally have no idea.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Joking aside, Robbie, it's a bit of fun. That's fine. As an instrument, oh my god!
Thing is, they've sold.
Now he's made
they've
it
sold
stereo.
Lots of them. Oh no, please. No.
Woo!
Makes me want to eat a mushroom.
Was 8-bit able to do subtle modulation?
That was.
That's fucking hell.
Oh,
If that white-faced Odyssey do that, I'd have to take it apart and start again.
Look at Ty's face.
You're just missing the keytar.
You fucking love it.
Wanting the dog up now.
Ty's lighting's just trying to blend in with Longhurst's Basque, isn't it? That's what that is.
It really does sound good.
What's happened to? I think is Thursday being renamed Korg Day today?
Yeah.
'Cause I never ever thought I'd say it, but that bit of connectivity mains hum is more musical than the shite you were playing before.
Oh, shut up.
Just say it how it is, Ty.
Yeah, well, I think
Oh,
already
that's easy.
My opinion's clear. Yeah, what's happening with Korg today?
Oh, they're finding more ways to really drain your wallet.
They
But
found the
more to
keys
the
to the
point-
cupboard.
More to the point, I have to say, what's
And
happening?
unfortunately, they're mini keys.
What's happening with Korg with their pricing? This is what I'm not
It's
getting.
really odd.
Yeah.
It's really odd. I don't
They just-
understand why they are putting their
somebody-
prices up so much when everyone
Yeah.
else is in that sector and with that level of performance. They're putting their prices down for the same kind of offerings. That it's almost like they want to be bought out of the market. They just want to fail. And it's really funny because their software offerings, we were talking about this in the show last week, their software offerings, although expensive, are really good. Their hardware offerings, I don't get it. It's not contemporary.
Yeah.
There's no plan. It's all driven by a marketing department, it seems like, and I just don't get it, which is
I agree with you, and not just because you're my favorite.
I just think they've
I
just
agree
got
with you too.
everything they're doing price wise is they're just getting everything just wrong when it comes to hardware.
They've been doing
Everything.
It's been like that for months, though, Ty.
But are they selling? That's the thing.
Probably not.
So what?
Well, no, because they haven't been shipping yet.
They seem to start doing deals every so often. Like the Korg 700 FS clearly didn't sell, so they were punting them out. I mean, they're probably all gone now, but they were doing silly deals on them.
Yeah, they were cheap on Reverb, like nearly half the price.
Yeah.
That's because no one. They're not giving any kind of consistent. They're not doing anything consistent at all, either with software or hardware or pricing.
Yeah,
and the way they're pushing these things just does. I'm not quite sure. I really
And
don't know who they're aiming this at. I really don't.
A lot of it's coming out of America, so Korg USA.
Oh
It's
fuck!
the tail that wags the dog.
They seem to be calling the shots, in my experience.
Just
Maybe
like
Trump's working for him.
Yeah, well.
Well, I got told off by Korg themselves when I called them out on their pricing of whatever it was. Was it Wave State 2 or?
Yeah, probably the Wave State SE
one of
or
those.
whatever.
Was
it was.
it that, or was it the Ops? Was it the Ops 6?
No, it wasn't. It was the SEs, but
Yeah.
it was actually the thing that triggered them. I think was the Wave State SE, and I made some critique.
Can I point out, no, perfectly justifiable critique, because I heard that and you were spot on. It was ridiculously priced for what it is.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's poor design. It's the kind of design that a designer does that's never been near a musical instrument in his life. It looks pretty as a look, but it doesn't do anything for functionality or performance. It was
No, it's more to do with it's not worth the extra money over the standard instrument. That's the thing. If you're going to,
No.
you need to offer more than it was offering for. You're paying a huge amount more money for not a lot more.
I think it gave a clue as
Yeah.
to where it's being driven by, and it's being driven by a marketing department, by people who don't know their asses from their elbows when it comes to musical instruments.
Yeah, but the problem I have with that is that just think of the days when Korg were one of the manufacturers who, the great thing about Korg was their
Late.
pricing, it was their pricing, they were good prices for what they offered, and now it's gone completely the other way around. So,
Oh yeah.
but anyway, yeah.
They'll bounce back eventually. It might take them a while.
I hope so.
We were having this conversation about Yamaha not so long ago, a year or two ago, where there was nothing new coming out. It was kind of, where do they go now? And we talked about the fact they needed to refresh their technology, their base technology, so they could do things. Then they came out with this, the finger drums. They've just come out with this.
Yeah.
New
I love the
bunch of
finger
stuff.
drummer.
Yeah, I
Now
like
the
finger drummers.
The Seek track or Sec track, or
Sec
whatever.
track.
Good thing.
So I so just so you know, I've known about this for a while now, and it is a good thing. I've got an orange and white one heading over to me. It is a good thing. I've heard some,
An orange and white one.
yeah.
I
Well,
don't
we
like
get-
the orange and white one. I like
Looks
the
like a
black.
Marlboro Light.
Yeah, I was trying to think.
Well, he got that to go with his lighting.
It's just that my
Yeah,
I
you'd
thought
never
of
find
all
it in that room, would you?
Robbie's favourite colour's orange. My favourite colour's orange, and it's that combined with white. I mean,
I wish
Black.
they'd done orange and black.
Black.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the black
Black
one
is the new
has got
black.
orange silk screening, but orange and black together.
Well, buy the black
Yeah,
one,
those.
buy the orange one, and get a screwdriver.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That.
Or all orange. That'd have been nice.
Well, yeah.
But no, I like that. I think that's a very clever thing. And the actual street price is a lot less than the MSRP, which, again, I think
Yeah.
is probably what's going against Korg, because it's
And-
$350.
And I'd have
Not
not just bought an
599.
OPC, I'd be buying one.
Well, I was thinking, I was looking at that and comparing it to, like, the ELZ1 Play.
Yeah.
The Sonicware's got 17 synthesis engines, albeit you can't sample into it at the moment, but it's got a nice little display on it. I like the way that the Yamaha have kind of offloaded a lot of that onto an app.
Yeah. Just like OPC.
Exactly, yeah.
But 17 synthesis engines, that sounds like a committee was involved.
No, in the Sonicware, that's 17. That's just one guy who's come up with all of those.
Okay.
He had
And
to
they're
change. He had to change the platform because the original chipsets, the original hardware it was running on, wasn't available anymore. So he had to go to a new hardware platform, and he had to rewrite everything. And whilst he was doing it, he thought, "Well, I can do this and do that." And I think everything that's coming out now from them is on the back of that, this new hardware platform, and it's a very clever model. Even this shitty, horrible sounding thing that I really hate is already pre-sold. A couple of hundred, 200-300.
First 2 batches sold out.
Yeah, so it's from a manufacturer's model, it's really good. It's a really good model.
There's a pallet of them arriving at Ties next week.
Yeah.
It can go straight in the fucking skip, believe me.
I think.
Thing is, whether you like it or not, that's by the by.
Of course, it's by the by. Of course, it's by the by.
Huge market, and I'm not saying this to defend it now. I'm just saying there is a huge market of people who like making music like that.
Do you know what? You summed it up a few weeks ago when you turned around to me. You were surprised that I even had the sampler, whatever it's called, whatever, I can't remember what it's called now.
Sample track.
That's it. And you turned around and were surprised about that because you said, essentially, to all intents and purposes, I am the last person that is going to buy their kind of stuff because it is not. I am not their
You're not their
customer.
target market. Yeah.
I'm absolutely not, and I will. You're absolutely right.
Did you, out of interest, did you see last week's one where we were talking about the Akai stem pack?
Yes.
They're doing.
Yeah.
That's doing what Isotope are doing with creating stems and creating forceps. It's doing that in hardware about at the same speed, and I think that's a really, like the other thing, the Life that you saw the other day, which has the app and everything else. I think it's a really good thing, and I am really tempted by that, the stem pack. I think it's a really good idea to be able.
The thing is, I mean, I know Kent doesn't get on with his MPCX, but I mean, I've said time and time again, I go back decades with MPCs, and I know lots of old school MPC don't really like the new generation. They don't like the X, and that's a bit, for me, that's a bit like turning around and not kind of moving with the times, because the old MPCs, they are great, they are really great, and I loved it. I had years with them, but the new ones are really good. If you just
they're better.
They are. They're just
They just are better.
But the MPCX is great, and so to have the stems built into that will be phenomenal.
Somebody
It
pointed
really
out
will
to me
be
the
good.
other day that Akai aren't the first to do that in hardware. That Serato are doing it in their DJ stuff. So it's not like it's not. I mean, we said on the show that it's not something. It's something we've seen done before, albeit in software. But apparently, it's been done before in hardware. But but the fact that it's in the MPC workflow is what really will
It's that
Absolutely.
workflow. Yeah, it's that
Yeah,
workflow.
that's absolutely it.
That's what they want. So.
Yeah. But to be fair, before Kent bought his, I was the one saying to Kent, look, you need to get your head around this, because the MPC is one of those things you're either going to take to. It's either your thing or it's not your thing. It really is, and it's not Kent's thing. He's discovered, but I did warn you.
Not
did I
wholly. No, not wholly. I would like
did
to
warn you.
stick at it. I would like to stick at it.
What, when you say not holy, do you mean it should be sort of blessed by a Roman Catholic priest or something? What do you?
Waiting for that.
Wow.
No, I think he means it should be fucked in the arse brutally.
Is it
Possibly.
only 10 years old?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I think it's ironic now that we've got, not ironic, but it's amazing that 40 years ago we trained for 40 years to actually be able to create the stems ourselves when we heard something. So you listen to a piece of music and you transcribe all the orchestral parts of it, then you check it with the original score if there was one available, but you copy it out yourself. And now it's all being done by hardware. It's sort of like the skill of deception is no longer something you have to train and then train your ear for.
But I think Ty, you said about this a few weeks back, where some technologies come along where they're things which we're already doing. So for instance, with Life, where you sample just everything that you're out there with, people walking, people, banging things, doing all sorts of stuff, and then you turn it into a rhythm track. That's something which I would have spent. I did it often, where I'd just assemble these things and then rearrange them and move them around, and it was a pain in the arse, but it always led to something interesting and exciting. And what Life does as a piece of software and as an app is that, but much, much quicker. And that's not a bad thing, because it's something I'm already doing. It just gets me there a lot faster and gives me a lot more options. That's kind of how I think about the MPC with the stems thing. It's doing something I'm already doing. And it's giving me some options to play around with that and to, stimulate a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's fine.
The problem is the fact that there are certain things that, kind of, I don't want to get into the whole AI thing, but, AI essentially means that there's going to be lots of things coming up over the next few years where they're things that we've done for years and we've thought about for years and we've learnt to deal with for years and we've learnt the art of dealing with them for years. And essentially, a machine is just going to make those decisions for you and going to make it quicker, could do it better, depending, I'm not being funny.
They're not necessarily, they can make those decisions for you, but you can hear the different randomizations of it and you make the creative decision.
Oh, no. I'm just on about, kind of the fact that now you can get AI mixing tools. The fact that Isotope will now, the assistant will now listen to you and then make suggestions and all that kind of thing. That's great, but the only downside of it is just because you can let the machine decide that and do it, it would be easy to lose the art of actually working out how to do it yourself. That's the problem. It's the fact that, the way that when you learn to master by properly listening and analysing and learning. And essentially, you're now given a system where you don't have to do that. The machine will just do it for you. And you could turn around and go, that's great, because it means that it'll do it quicker and it may do it better if you haven't got the ability. But that's fine. But what you're then taking away is the fact of, for years, people have had to learn and had to listen. And that's where it all goes wrong, because that skill set will gradually disappear because it'll all just be done by machine.
Well, it could all be done by machines, but here's two arguments. I'm involved in a really long, ongoing discussion with a major software company. There was a film released just recently called The Creator. It's about an AI child who's been born. He's a part child, part
Don't spoil
part
it
human,
for me. I've
part
got it on my
AI.
list to watch.
It looks like a very good thing. The thing about that movie is the director made his first movie called Monsters, where he just went on a trip to South America and he just filmed stuff and got people to act things. Then he went home and on his laptop he did all the VFX, adding it into the real footage to make it sit well. Now, a really long drawn out process, but it cost him pennies to do and it looked like $100 million film, right? With Creators, he got the chance to do whatever he wanted, and he went out, 10, 15 years later, and did exactly the same technique. He went out and shot real life footage and then did all the VFX afterwards. Now, we know that he could have done what Marvel and all these other studios do, which is just do the whole thing in VFX, and it would have looked amazing. But then you wouldn't have got that organic feel and that choice of different shots, because this move is just slightly different to that one, but it adds somehow to the sweep and the telling of the story. So AI can do a lot of this stuff. The other thing which you have to remember is an awful lot of the companies that have AI as part of their portfolio to create tools, they've got to be really careful, because if they make AI do everything, then they lose their customers, because their
competitive
customers
advantage. That's right.
stop being able to make those decisions and being employed and therefore afford the tools. Those companies go bust. So there is a really robust conversation going on between those two competing things. At what point does it help you with the creative process in these modern times, and at what point does it stop you adding what makes you absolutely unique? And it's that people, and there will be lots of things in the future where people will say not AI. No AI was involved in making this. A bit like
No
Queen, no
Fairlight's reviews on
synthesizers.
this record.
Yeah, but remember that there was in the long run the
Or in the
Eagles
case of
album.
early Queen, no synthesizers.
Yeah, or no FX or all Exciter on the long run album by the Eagles. All of those claims all become comical in hindsight. And the question you're asking, Andrew, is what price creativity? And that's the real challenge for AI. If it starts,
And that's what price people will pay. Do they want to hear do they want a particular person's lived experience given to them through whatever creative medium, or are they happy just to look at shit?
well,
And that's always been the case.
we always ask that question. I mean, the life software you mentioned earlier, Andrew, brings to mind Billie Eilish and Phineas recording the street crossing audible indicators in Melbourne here that go chick, 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 and used that to become a hi-hat track on what was it, Bad Guy or Tough Guy, whatever the single was. But the whole notion of getting new sounds in or new approaches to constructing tracks is great. But where AI will come in is that someone will take the entire Henry Mancini library of all his film scores and all his instrumental stuff and his Peter Gunn stuff, all of that, and they'll just turn it into a series of AI rules so that anybody can have that instantly. And then same with Bernard Herrmann, and then same with Billy May and his orchestrations he did, or Nelson Riddle. And all those great orchestrators will just become a preset in your construct chart thing. Yeah.
Iterations of that kind of thinking have already happened. They have been happening for the last 20 years. And I get what you're saying with that. That is something, but it still doesn't take away from whenever I'm doing a recording session, I always have a mic up in the room ready, so that if someone says, "Oh, I want a hi-hat pattern that goes sort of," I say, "Here you go," and I put the mic in front of them and I record it, and then I use that. Or I want the bass drum to go. I want that kick and snare pattern, and I record it, or the bass drum. That's a really useful tool because it adds something organic in. It's never quite in time. It's never quite in tune. You can play around with it, but you've got something organic that came straight from the person's head. They were reacting to what they were hearing, and what you're doing is capturing that and using it. And that's kind of, AI can do an awful lot, and it will be able to make all sorts of wonderful things, but it won't be bringing that lived experience to that. It will bring interpretations of that, but it won't be bringing that lived experience. So I know what you're saying, and I know people are really terrified of this, of AI and what it's going to do, but I think it's going to cause a resurgence rather than the death of creativity.
I think you get lowest common denominator scores out of it for a long time. I don't think you get anything new, original, fresh and bright, because all of the decision making will sanitize any creativity that's truly happening.
Yeah, KTEL made a living out of that for years.
I'm interested in Ty's take on it, because Ty's spent 45 years training those years to be able to instantly analyze and then replicate the structures in anything and recognise the sounds and the sources.
Don't listen to him. He used his head to play keyboards for 40 years.
Ty.
Look what he's done to the wear on it. Look, it's all gone.
He hasn't got ears. Look,
Don't listen to
It's
him.
all smooth around the edges. There are no ears.
Ty, Fiona wants to know when you finish developing those photographs.
Oh,
Slow burner.
Robbie, a couple minutes ago, you just reminded me of this.
Your hand.
hand.
Oh yeah,
No
there you go. Yeah.
synthesizers.
Phil
yeah.
Collins. Was that? Yeah, it's Phil Collins. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
No Fairlights on this record. Lying little bullshit that he was.
Steve, what you were
loves
saying
you
before
as
is
well.
true about the
see?
AI stealing a bunch of artists' styles and stuff. But unfortunately, a lot of these composers, over time, they run out of ideas. They just reinvent their own shit over and over again. So they're kind of already doing their own AI in their heads. So.
I know. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
what used to take for 35 years to understand how Mancini put scores together, so you could write a duplicate of something from
Oh yeah,
the Peter
definitely.
Gunn sessions or that. That'll
It's
all
cool to play
happen
with.
now with
Yeah.
a preset instead of with us struggling for 35 years to understand another man's brilliance. That's an example. I'm not really proclaiming anything.
Like
now.
Ty, how do you stay?
frames.
How do you mix it up all the time? How do you do all your stuff and keep trying to do something new?
No, I just write the same shit every time.
That's okay.
No, that's
A bit
not
faster,
no,
a bit
no,
slower.
I don't. No,
More shaker, you know.
I don't. I don't know. I've said this before. The biggest problem actually doing what I do is actually to actually get the people who commission me to let me do that. That's actually the biggest problem.
Oh, they
because
want the same stuff.
They
right?
want the same shit.
Yeah.
They employ you because you do one score, especially when you start working with teams multiple times, because they like what you did last time and they want you to do a new
That makes
version of
sense.
what you did
More
last
of
time.
the same.
More
That's
of the
why pop
same.
is all the same, but people want
Exactly.
the same shit over and over and over again. So.
And the problem sometimes is that you know, kind of from my point of view, you get bored doing the same stuff every time. So you go to them with a completely new approach or something. And the amount of times they'll turn and go, yeah, we really love it. It's working really well. But could we just have it a bit like it was last time? And
More samey.
Yeah. So for me, I've said this time and time again, the way I do it is I basically just impose limitations and for each job I do, it may literally be one idea that I kind of try to impose on everything that is an idea that I haven't done on before. It's like the last thing I did, the last Netflix thing I did, I just absolutely decided everything was going to go through distortion. Everything, literally every single sound was going to go through distortion, and it's how much distortion, what kind of distortion, and then so I would be taking strings and shoving them through bit crushers, that kind of stuff, or you'd have drums and I'd have transistor distortion on one thing and then tube distortion on something else, but the thing about the entire thing was everything went through distortion. Now that's a trick you can only do on one job, really, unless so the next thing I do.
You haven't got my desk then.
And he sold his distressors. That's it. Yeah, they've gone too.
But so it's just trying to, but limitation. That's always the big one for me. Limitation.
Limit
It's
yourself.
just limit to what? Limit your instrumentation, or come up with a bonkers idea of, okay, I'm only going to write something for handbells and descant recorder kind of thing, and then see what you can do with it. And I mean again, I don't want to come back to the Waco thing, but as I said to you, that I think the last time I was on, all the source material for that was done on a Lyra 8, and so that was a limitation in itself, because the
What's
Lyra
the
8
actual title of the Waco thing? Because I saw another thing on Netflix that was Waco that sounded like Lyra 8, but it wasn't yours. So.
You're asking me a project that I did 3 years ago what the title is. I don't know.
Okay.
Something to
And
do with Waco.
they probably changed the title of it too. So.
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah.
I honestly
Gentlemen,
don't know.
I've got to go. I'm going to love
Well,
you and leave you.
Actually, I've got to go. Honestly, I really have got to go. Sorry.
Yeah, we're going to snog now. Ty and I are snogging. That's what we're doing.
Video or didn't happen.
Is it a fully in? Is it a fully in or a half in? Semi in.
Semi, yeah, probably a semi.
Semi.
Semi in.
Hang on a minute. If I'm involved, it's never semi. If I'm involved, it's the
Is
full
Pip
blown
out of the
thing,
bath
don't I
now?
think. Pip, are you out the bath? She's out the bath.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go and have a
See you
look.
later.
Make sure. I'll
See
see
you
you later,
later.
people. I've got a quick appointment in the bathroom.
What's
Don't
the
lay a
first
log.
thing?
I'm disappearing. Thank you for what was vaguely approaching a vaguely intellectual conversation, which is most unlike us. Let's try not to do this again.
Yeah, once in a while you get lucky, right?
Yeah, fuck off. Andrew, tell me about those tickets. I'll get them down to you.
I'll tell you tomorrow, probably lunchtime-ish.
Okay, cool. And everyone else, enjoy yourselves, and I will see you all again soon. I really hope.
I'm knocking one out now. Bye.
Love you, Ty.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Need to find a jam taba for remote wanking so everyone can join in.
No, we don't. No, we fucking don't. All you'd hear is... dum, 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 dum.
Well, there'd be a video component. So.
Oh. Oh.
Ty can wank on his Lyra 8 and make some sounds of that.
Interesting.
You have contact sensors, you gotta use them, right? So.
Good. Probably not going to hear this, but good. Still works.
What's the matter, Kemp?
The Hydra failed to boot. It locked up. I've only just noticed.
You getting those key sensor problems again?
No, that was the Osmos.
Oh, right.
Excuse me. No, the Hydra just sort of like locked up. Just said Hydra Synth on the display. Had flashbacks to Andromeda A6s.
One of the many problems they have, yeah.
Yeah.
That happened once with my Motif XS when I first got it.
Mm.
But it only ever happened once. I never figured out why.
It's all right now.
Ty and Andrew fucked off then.
Mm.
Yeah.
Literally.
Come in. Yeah, that's one for you, Robbie.
Mm.
Get that with you, mate. What's that from?
That ELZ1 play again?
That wasn't me.
What the hell is that from?
I haven't got Scooby.
No.
Oh. Hmm.
All right, Synergy. That's what it's from. Ooh. Is it Audion? Or Games? It's one of them.
Since I listened to that.
Sounded
Yeah.
very Roland.
Even though it's very Hydrosynth. That's the good thing about Hydrosynth, it can be all sorts.
Is Larry Fast still making stuff?
Not that I know of.
No.
Certainly not as Synergy, anyway.
I booked all my super booth stuff the other day.
Nice one.
Flights, hotels, limousines, hookers.
Drugs.
Yeah. Your
bartender.
ProSynth Network donations have been put to excellent use.
Special sock.
Yeah. Box of.
Oh, fuck.
Just in case things don't work out.
He'll come home from Germany and Jackie will spend a week cracking them, wouldn't she?
Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
You wish me to crack your socks, yeah?
Oh, fuck.
And this time I'm going to go into that shop that was next to our hotel last year.
Oh, Martin Gore's favourite.
Martin Gore's favourite shop, which had, well, I say, it had lots of outfits, but virtually nothing in it because most of the outfits were just like tiny strips of leather. See what I did there?
What's that? Fleshlights Are Us?
Yeah.
Dr. Synth's asking what hotel.
I'm not going to tell you because then you'll end up choosing the same one. No, you won't. I will message you right now.
Yeah, find out, Manny. Then you can build everything to his room.
I just put Dr. Manny into my chat, and even though it still found him. There we go.
That's cookies for you.
Yeah, I decided. I was looking at all these different places, and I thought, oh, this time I'll try and get some. Because the only reason I stayed in the hotel I stayed last time was because somebody, and I think it might have been Carl Bedford who's in the chat, but no, it might not have been. It might have been some. No, it might have been Simon Forsyth actually. It was some large fella with a beard, so that cuts it down. They said to me, stay in this hotel because then you can get the riverboat down to the venue, or very close to the venue, and they start serving beer at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, I'm having some of that. So I booked that hotel, and I get to the hotel and said, oh, is it right that there's a riverboat? They go, oh no, that stopped during COVID and hasn't started up again. So there was no riverboat. There was no beer at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
So, last chat with the beard Santa, yeah. Yes, indeed. No, so, yeah, got all that booked. So, yeah, I just want May to come now. It's horrible that I'm wishing almost half the year away. I can't wait. It's so good. But me and Carl and Ben are definitely going out for dinner one night. So if anybody else is around, we need to make plans. You really want beer at 9 in the morning? Yes, when in Berlin.
But you're not allowed to drink.
It's a vacation. You know, I have a few days off.
That's why he's waiting for the fucking mate to come. He wants a brew.
See, at the moment, I'm drinking this Guinness flavoured squash.
Because his wife's nearby.
Which it's not bad. Because it does taste of Guinness.
That's the only thing I drink now.
Yeah.
Apart from the other week when I got pissed on the show and fucking quizzed Kent.
It's an occupational habit with me, don't worry. Fiona tells me she got an email today from ProSynth Network saying that the
yes
subscription had been cancelled.
Yes. I actually found out that you can. I kept thinking to myself, can we cancel the subscriptions on the PayPal account? And I kept looking around, I couldn't find anything. And then today, I went in there just to check any activity.
Yeah.
Thankfully, there has been none. And I can't remember. I clicked on something and it said, manage your recurring payments with the recurring payment management tool. I was like, okay, that's new. Clicked on that, and there was Mr. Stillman and 4 others, one of which had obviously received the email that I sent and already cancelled manually, but then I went and did the others. So, yes. No, are we going to have to edit the description for all the old videos? No, we're not going to do that. It's just not going to happen. But I'm hoping that nobody will donate now because we're not promoting it now and all the recurring payments have been cancelled. So fingers crossed it'll. And I've actually got the Patreon page tab open, which means that at some point I will get round to doing it. I think that's where we're going to go with it.
The ball is rolling, as they say.
I think so. I think
You've opened the tab.
Most people have suggested that that's their preferred way of doing it, and I prefer that because we get a monthly invoice or a monthly payment if anybody wants to subscribe, and that just makes it easier to manage. I went to see my accountant the other day. Oh my word! I sent them an email a few weeks ago. I said, I'm putting everything in to the system, and I think I'm doing it right, but I'm just not sure. So can I have some of your time? Make you earn the money that I'm going to be paying you at the end of the year. And lovely as they are, my accountant's wife is also an accountant, sat me down and went through this thing. Oh, I had made a right pig's ear of it.
Oh.
But she got me straight, and I think I know what I'm doing now. And yeah, it's looking good. So.
Can we have Top Dog Simon on the show?
Oh, I wish.
I want him to review the Korg stuff.
Beep, 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 beep.
Shite. Can't fucking believe it. I forgot I had 2 T-shirts. I've also got the blue one as well.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm lucky nobody else wants to wear my shirt, because I think most people in this house, it would be a tent. I'll probably wear it at Super Bowl at least one day. Might make it last 2.
Well, I'm hoping I'm going to get this one reprinted because it started to die. My synth porn one.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, now he's sent us a few of the designs over.
Indeed.
And I have fucking murdered this one, let's be fair.
Ooh, maybe if this runs past midnight, I'll do a live UBXA unboxing when I get home.
Oh, yeah. Man, he got his UBXA.
Have you bought enough cables for it?
Well, you got them all.
Yeah, there is a world shortage at the moment. I must admit.
Oh, excuse me.
No.
Cheers.
What you fart?
Oh, I yawned.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can borrow some. I need them back, bro. I don't know what for, but I do need them back. Because they look pretty hanging on the wall.
It's your washing line out in the garden, isn't it? You just strung them all together. 4 times around the garden.
Bad, innit?
So when are we going to go and see Kenty Poo then, Rob?
I don't know.
Well, I've got a bog cam. You can save you the trip.
When are we going to go and see him?
Go and annoy the old git.
Oh, wait, less of the git.
Oh, fuck.
Troy Deeney's been sacked.
Who?
It's a football thing. Troy Deeney was...
He was quite a good player, wasn't he?
He was a very good player. And he played for Birmingham and mostly Watford. Retired and went to manage a team called Forest Green Rovers, who are they League 2 or National? No, they're League 2, I think. Anyway, after like the first couple of games, he was being interviewed, and he basically called all the players a bunch of guns. He was just like laying into them really badly, saying, you know, oh, this one's got loads of talent, but he never uses it, and blah blah blah. And he's been sacked after 6 games.
Yeah, but the thing is, if more managers did that, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not the manager's fault; it's the fucking players on the field, isn't it?
Oh, exactly, yeah. And Jordan Henderson has come scuttling back to the UK after 6 months in Saudi Arabia. Actually, no, he's gone to Ajax, not the UK. So he got a load of stick for going over to Saudi because he's a bit of a LGBTQ plus supporter.
And he went to Saudi Arabia.
And he went to Saudi.
Fucking hell, that was a brave man.
Yeah, everyone and his wife kicked off. So. What's that? Just oh, mate, Carl. I'll say this rather than type it. Carl, have you ever been to Space Haller, the record store? If not, let's do that. and I'll get Mark Reeder to come down as well. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, Berlin stuff.
Oh,
It's this brilliant record store called Space Howler. Really, really good.
I sense a lot of expenditure.
Well, this time I'm making sure that I'm taking a suitcase, because last time I just went with my little, like, you know, roll-on thing and a laptop bag. This time I'm taking proper suitcase, because I wanted to buy some records last time, and there was no way I was sticking them into. Actual fact, I did get a record because Mark gave me one, and I had to carry that around the flipping carry bag the whole time because I didn't want to put it in my case because it'd just get all squashed.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, I've taken a proper case of proper records or synthesizers.
Ooh. Bit of Andor.
Oh. Excuse you. Oh dear.
Make way, make way. That's better.
Yeah, Justin, you'll appreciate this. After we were talking about Toy Matinee the other day, I thought, that reminds me, I've been trying to pick up the DVD audio version that Elliot Shiner remixed in 5.1, and I went on to Discogs and I found a copy in Germany, and he won't ship to the UK because guess what? Brexit. And it now costs him a fortune to sort out all the paperwork to ship stuff to the UK. So I could have had a copy of that, but he won't sell it to me. So.
Well, he's got to get an URI number.
Yeah, but that's him. I don't know. Don't know what he is. Whether he's a proper trader or just a. But he apologised profusely. What I might do is actually just buy it and have him send it to my hotel in Berlin. If he's still got it in 5 months' time.
Yeah.
And then I'll just bring it home with me. Anything to declare? No.
All my hair is real.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. I just realised Justin won't have heard any of that because he's on the phone. Oh shit, what have I just done? Jesus.
100 songs, none of them get past bar 2.
Story of my life, that one.
Yeah, tell me about it. Well, at least I got this Odyssey finished today.
Good.
I got it to the front door, so there's one less. So, memory mode tomorrow. That the Kenton kit broke.
So what, are these all existing jobs from before retirement, or?
Yeah. These were all the absolute fuckers. I mean, this memory move, the display didn't work, POTS didn't register, the computer didn't fire up properly. One voice worked, but only one VCO out of the 3. Contour glide issues, transpose didn't work.
Where do you start with a job like that? How?
Power supply.
And work from there?
And work from there.
For a fucker.
So you get the power supply stable, because there's no point in trying to test things if the power supply isn't stable.
Mm.
And the power supplies in memory modes, like polymodes, eat themselves. They're the women's shoes of power supplies. You're not supposed to turn them on. You're not supposed to wear them, madam. That kind of thing. So you get the power supply straight, get your chip checker out, start oinking ICs out, checking them, see what's running, see what's not, replace what's not as you come across them, and do it a board at a time. See if you can get the computer to fire up at least. And then check all the ICs on the pot boards, and then go on to the Demux board, which has got fucking 200 ICs on it. If it's got more than that, I'd be surprised. But then you can check the DAC outputs. Then you've got the right CVs going to the voice cards, so you can get the voice cards to fire up. There'll be various SEM chips that have gone 3360s, because they're a 3360. You could look at it with a hard stare and it'll break. Get at least one voice card working, and then you can work from there. Then you go to the contour glove board, and then so you can get all the envelopes correct, unison, glide, then calibrate the living shit out of it, and then take it all apart, clean up all the word keys, recarbonate the key contacts, give it a good old clean up, and then final calibration, get it sparkly, and then phone them up and say, come pick your shit up, mate.
Just like I say, I wouldn't have, it's common sense to think, start with a power supply, but I wouldn't have even.
You'd be surprised. No, you'd be surprised how many techs don't start with a power supply.
Well, it does make sense, because everything is running from there.
See, my problem is I end up, I don't know why, maybe it's a pride thing, but I always finding myself taking on machines that has been to 3 other techs who can't get it to work. I said, well, bring it here, I'll get it working. I really need to stop doing that. Yes, I get them working, but at what cost? Normally, to me, more than anything else.
We need to get you a metal plate made for your front door that just says "fuck off."
Well, he's got 4 dogs that say that. We just don't understand it.
Yeah, and one that acts like a testicular missile.
Yeah. Funny enough, she does the most barking. She starts barking at the door when somebody's like getting into their car to come here. She just knows when there's somebody going to turn up. She started barking because we had a Sainsbury's delivery. She started barking before the van pulled up.
Speaking of animals, look, the cat's just having a prowl around. Yeah, I'm just going to walk all over the fucking.
Oh yeah.
Look, here she comes. There she goes.
She goes, oh, I don't like this display. You better get these displays, get some OLED ones in it. These aren't very clear, these displays. On closer inspection, the preset button 7's a bit intermittent, isn't it?
I started having a fucking
cat.
One of the buttons in my Juno started going. Don't really want to do that anymore. Oh, fuck, I've got to do them now.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least in that Juno, they're the nice little cheapy ones.
Are they?
Yeah.
I'll have to sort some out.
Yeah. Different kettle of fish on the Juno 60. Those buttons are different.
Right.
As in very.
Right, okay.
Yeah, as in very, very.
I chose well then.
I just had my Sweetwater rep call me. Actually, he called me out of the blue. Nothing major. He just wanted to say, "Oh, how's things going?" I'm like, "Well, I just had a breakthrough with my iPad setup for my live rig, We were talking about like triple tier stands. We were talking about the Gator one that I have, which it's a pretty solid 2-tier X stand. But the problem I have with it is when you put their third tier options on it, which by the way is very similar to the one that Onstage makes. What happens is that third tier overhangs the second one by way too much, so that third keyboard is nearly over top of the second one, so you can't really see it. So I told them, like, if they had a way to like lengthen that second tier or shorten the third tier up a little bit, and if they added a crossbar between the two arms on that third tier option, so it's not just relying on a friction fit, they probably have a much better stand.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, the breakthrough I had with the iPad setup was, so this one project that I play with, I've got a triple keyboard setup. So I've got, it's kind of a blues project, blues classic rock thing, but mostly originals with a handful of covers. But, so I've got piano, organ, and synth. So my Modi X7 is my main workhorse. On top of that, I have the Karma. And then over on the other side is my organ setup, which is the Keylab into my iPad running VB3. But I just got the 2022 iPad that has USB-C, so my previous iPad setup wasn't going to work for it.
Yeah.
Lucky me, and I just realized this today. Wait, I have an XR18 that's got both 5-pin MIDI, and it's got USB audio. So I just tried this before I joined. I hooked my, powered my Keylab with an external power supply and took the 5-pin DIN into the XR18. Took the audio out, the USB out of the XR18 into a, looks like an OWC hub, USB Type A, and then out of the hub into the iPad, and it freaking works. Like, I don't have to set anything up.
Nice one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, beautiful. Just a couple cables into the XR18, into the hub, the iPad, and the Keylab, and it's a lot simpler than running like 3 different hubs just to try to get MIDI and audio into the iPad. Love it.
Nice one.
Oh,
Did you see Steve Elbow's comment in the chat about the Udo Gemini? It was a 110 volt issue that only showed up once customers got theirs in the USA.
Ah.
There you go.
The weirdness. I tell you what, this new version 2 of the Kenton MIDI kit for Odysseys. Oi. They got it sorted now, but it caused so much problems in that Odyssey I was working on. Which is, technically, it's got the prototype of the version 2 in it. My God. Yes, it's going to be easier to fit when they're finally for sale, but God, did it cause problems on that Odyssey though? I had a pulse width slider work backwards, so full on was square wave. Yeah, you know, it's like what? It's working backwards. What the fuck? And modulation was always on, always just slightly on. So, but we've got it all sorted out now, and then I've got the rest of it fixed, so that's it. At the front door, bye-bye. Back off.
Ooh.
But I haven't learned. I've taken on another Merry Moog. Well, the bank account said I had to.
Well, yes.
And I'm getting like half up front, I think, on this one. You know all these floods we've had? Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been underwater for a week. So,
Oh, good luck.
he said, but don't worry, it wasn't working before before it got wet. I said, what's the wood like? He says, well, it's a funny colour. Yeah, but it is. But it also smells of shit.
Lovely.
So, and I don't, if it's a full full on restoration, I'm all right with that, to be honest. Because I'll just do like a set fee to do the whole thing. And the stipulation now is, I'll let you know when it's ready. Do not phone me. If I haven't phoned you, it's because it's not ready.
Good.
So there's that. Because I've still got to make room for that other GS1. God. That's going to be a long termer anyway, so I'm not bothered about that. But I've had to put off all the other stuff, all the Jupiter 4s and the System 100Ms. Just put them back. Although there's nothing wrong with them, they just need cleaning and tidying up. But it's just I don't want them here while I got all this other shit going on. So there's Eduardo's keyboards I've got to get finished before the end of the month.
Does it take longer to do his because they keep asking you questions?
Are you sure?
Yeah. I tell you what, both me and Fiona were just staring at each other, just smiling. I went down to the workshop and I was pulling a few bits and pieces out. I was looking for some stuff that was on the shelves. So I'm moving keyboards out of the way. And then I moved this memory moog out of the way. And I went, memory moog? There's nothing on it. Look, Fiona, there's a memory moog in the workshop that I don't seem to have any recollection of. And she went, oh, that's the other memory moog. You know, the guy gave us 2 memory moogs and you were to build one out of the 2. I went, no, that one's in the shed. She goes, oh, I'll check the book. She's gone through the book. So I've got this memory moog. And I go, whose memory moog is this?
It's mine.
Yeah, if you want it.
I thought it was one.
It smokes a lot when you turn it on, so, women's shoes again.
So
yeah?
my missus.
Yeah. Schrödinger's memory moog. Don't turn it on, it'll be fine.
Or what does it smoke?
Anything you want, mate, but I'll tell you what.
Oh,
It's
perfect.
black and ochre-y, so I think we're looking at the coil.
Okay.
So, but I've had another guy phone me up about talking of smoking, black and oaky. It was what was it? A Chroma Polaris. He said, yeah, I plugged it in. He said, and there's just smoke pouring out of it. He said the mains light was on, then it started flickering, and now it's gone out. I went, ooh, that sounds like your transformer coil. He goes, oh, I wonder. He said, will you be able to look at it? I said, but I'll see if I can source you a similar transformer for it first. And I'll let you know. He phoned me back 2 days later, went, oh, I found out what's wrong. It's 110.
Oh, fuck.
I said, you'd think the fuse would go, wouldn't you? He says, oh, I had a look. It's a 240 volt fuse. I went, oh, okay. So it didn't bother going. Wasn't fast blow or anything. Just went, yeah, do you know what? Just stick a bolt in it. That'll do it. That'll work as a fuse kind of thing. So this transformer's like, fucking, apparently it's just this black resin all over the base. I was like, yeah, okay, so that's not a happy girl.
Get those panels from that guy in LA.
Oh, that, yeah, I got that Matrix 12 panel back.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It only took 2.5 years.
From Rob.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Well, as far as he was concerned, by the time I managed to get hold of him, because he's a nightmare to get hold of, but once I got hold of him, he goes, oh, he says I'd ship that back in April. I went, I hope not, because it's not here. He goes, oh, I'll get the girl to have a look through the warehouse. And a couple of days later, I get this email from this girl going, found it. I said, yeah, can you get it to us? And of course, in this 3 years it's taken to get this panel back, these 3374s have gone. So, but I was talking to another tech who said, all the SEM ICs, they were only really given a shelf life of 10 years. by the manufacturer.
Wow.
It's something to do with, especially with the VCOs, because the Temco is built inside the IC. In the old days, they used to strap it across the top, and the Temco would go. You just desolder it from the pins and put a new Temco on, and your VCO fire up again. Now it's inside the package. So you're fucking buggered.
Oh, pardon me.
So unless you can find a way of cutting them open, pulling the Temco out and soldering a new one in, which has got, I mean, obviously it's got to be the size of a gnat's piss hole, to fit in there, but...
Such a way with words.
Well, it is.
He's quite a wordsmith, isn't he?
It's tiny, all right? Yeah, Agatha Christie was my auntie.
Do you know what? I'm gonna do this. This is a fucking challenge. I'm going back through all the videos and I'm gonna pick out Kent's descriptions and I'm gonna either make a fucking video or a book.
The Spong analogies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spongonologies.
Spongonology, yeah. Something you can study at MIT.
I mean, I'm taking little snippets here and there as I grab them of you losing either of you losing your shit. Because it's really wonderful to see. So I'm just keeping those little snippets of video and I'm building up one that I'm going to drop on YouTube at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a best of your birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got a best of video of your birthday, which was quite amusing.
Yeah, Sponglish as opposed to Spanglish. Isn't it?
Especially when Fiona held the knife up to your throat.
Oh. I inadvertently come across those sort of like TikTok-y clips. And I've seen a few of, with rounds with Ian and Darren and that, and they'll be talking about something. And, you have these little like 30-second clips. Well, one that come up was on Dom's show of Ty being attacked by Philippa dressed as a baboon.
Oh, the badger and the baboon, yeah.
Yeah, and attacking me as a badger. It's like, bloody hell. I didn't know they'd come up in those little snippets like that on YouTube.
I think they only do that if people actually deliberately do it.
Yeah, maybe they did. Didn't recognise the name.
Because you did a shorter version of the Geert Van Slanger one, didn't you, Rob? There's a shortened version of the Geert Van Slanger interview on PSN.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have the ability now in StreamYard to edit videos into shorts. I just haven't been bothered to do it, really. But
promo clips, yeah?
Yeah, that sort of thing. Finding the time.
Yeah, I must admit, though, Fiona did sort of like stare at me from across the coffee table with this look on her face of disappointment, saying, why are you subscribed to the show you're on? I said, I didn't think I was.
Keeps the numbers up. That's the 3.75, isn't it now? Okay. Subscribers.
Yeah, but this was the Patreon thing. What was I paying, 20 quid a month or something?
Oh, the PayPal, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was £10 a month, yeah.
Yeah, £10 a month. I was paying for the show I'm on. And she's doing lots of this. I'm seeing this over the other side of the table. She's going through the accounts, going. And she goes, what was the other one? Why have you got breakdown cover on the Chrysler? In case it breaks down. She goes, don't you have to start it for that to happen? I said, you use it sometimes. She goes, to go down to the tip. If it breaks down, I can just fucking leave it there. Oh, thanks. Wouldn't do that with your smart car, though, would you?
No, she just crashes the Chrysler, doesn't she?
Oh, Christ. She goes, it's so big. I know it is, darling, but can you stop hitting the car?
She doesn't watch movies in her smart car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was putting away the bins a couple of weeks ago, and I said to her, Fiona, come here, like that. She went, what? And I pointed at the back wing of the Chrysler. I went, look. Like that. She goes, what? I go, it's a panel you haven't fucking hit yet.
She'll see that as a challenge.
Yeah. She'll be backing up one day and clunk. Yay, full house.
Into the Mustang. Yeah, go on.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, the Mustang is protected by wheelie bins. The only thing she can hit is her own car. I don't mind that. That's fine.
I found some 3374s.
Go on.
$96 each.
Go on. Whom?
A place or a company called UT Source.
Yes. It's fake.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Shenzhen. And there's no reason for an American IC to be coming from a Chinese factory at all, ever, under any circumstances. No, honestly, mate, there's none out there.
No, I was just...
No, I know. I searched again and went through the same things and go, no.
Spoken like a man who's been bitten, Kent.
Yeah. They could certainly copy it. It just won't last long, right? Or perform the same way.
I don't think they'd bother. I don't think they'd bother doing it.
Cool something or other. They were doing CEM chips.
3340s.
But yeah, they're not doing the other one. I'm just...
No. 3340s is a single VCO with hard sync. The temper controller is not a Tempco. The 3374 is a dual VCO.
Dual VCO, yeah.
With a PPM Tempco.
Uli's making some of his own chips in Asia, right?
Yeah, but not the 3374.
Not that one.
Yeah, they'll make, because what they do is if you make the 3340 and you make it dirt cheap, you just put two in the on the circuit to do the same job that the 3374 would do, but there's a few more ancillary components around it. But the temperature controlling, the soft sync and the hard sync on the IC are really, really hard to get right. So they go, no, we'll just use two 3340s. But you can't use two 3340s, for instance, and join them up together to make a 3374. So if you did, you put one on a little board and plugged it into a matrix. The matrix, you run the diagnostic and the matrix go, no, mate, you're not using that. Yeah. So the 3374 has got to be built from the ground up. So the purse string holders at Behringer would go, nah, let's not bother.
Well, how many things actually use it?
3.
Oh, okay.
The
so
Matrix
if
12.
Copy it, then they won't make it. So.
Exactly. The Matrix 12, the Matrix Expander, and as we've now found out, the Chroma Polaris, and the VX600 Akai. Which is why I had to buy a VX600 Akai yesterday on eBay for £1,400 just so I can get this fucking thing repaired. So not particularly happy about that. Especially considering I had to borrow the money to buy the fucking thing. So...
Not a VX90?
No, doesn't use them. Weirdly. And the AX80 doesn't use it either.
Yeah,
Goes about it in a different...
What does AX80 use?
It might be 3340s, but it's definitely not 3374s.
Right.
Okay. So it's actually costing me £1,400 to fix somebody else's bloody keyboard. And I can't charge the guy for that. So it's like, oh God. I've had enough of this job. I really have.
It's really crap, isn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's always costly.
I know. I remember it happening for us when I had the audio clinic. It was twice,
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can do about it. You've just got to accept it. It's pretty,
Yeah, you've got to swallow it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, this has come up when I've got like 28 quid in the bank.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
fuck, no. So,
Well, send me your bank details and I'll pay you for the bloody stand and the bollock thing.
yeah. Well, like I said, I've got the GS1 money is coming. And there's a few other bits and pieces as well. So it's all in hand.
Yeah.
But I need, like I said, Fiona said, she goes, I've got to sort out all these different boxes that we're going to need. I went, yeah, okay. So she was rooting around in the out in the shed, going through boxes, pulling out all sorts of boxes. Go, oh, that one's big enough, and oh, that one's big enough.
And I do that all the time.
Yeah, I know.
We try and recycle. We don't buy. We buy tape. We don't buy boxes or packaging materials.
Yeah.
So I either end up making boxes or trying to, probably down to Sainsbury's to get a load of boxes.
Yeah.
Because I want to recycle as much as possible. Because let's face it, there's enough bloody cardboard out there.
Well, I sent something up to Brooksy this week and did exactly that.
Yeah. Well, I had to ship a Jupiter 8 last week, and I put it in my Montage M box.
Yeah.
And with some extra packing. So the guy's going to have kittens when that arrives the other way. He goes, fuck me, a new Montage. Yeah. Oh, it's my Jupiter 8. So, but yeah, it's always a shit when that happens. But it happens.
Yeah.
I mean, you try to cover yourself as best as possible with things like I've got loads of the front panel decels from memory modes, because sometimes they come in and they've got where they had it standing up or it's leaned up against something and it's damaged the display, the plastic over the display, so you can't read what it says anymore. So instead of 6 tuned, it goes.
Yeah.
So I got new ones of them, so I can put them on when they get damaged and stuff like that, and keyboard contact strips for JD800s. But you buy 5-6 of them, it's like 300 or 400 quid. You're just investing into a cardboard box to sit and get dusty in the workshop. It's like, what do you stock up on? What don't you stock up on? So it's there's probably thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds worth of bloody parts down there.
Oh, there will be.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and it's all just dead money. It's just dead money sitting there. And as Fiona pointed out, she goes, well, now you're giving it all up and you're going to go into manufacturing. It's even more dead money, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's true. I said, well, if you want to run a parts shop, you're quite welcome. And she looked at it all, looked at the list of stuff that was down there and going, oh. She goes, imagine listing this lot. For it to sit there for 3 years.
I mean, I tell you, it's because we started buying, through lockdown, we started buying quite a lot of predominantly music stock, but buying it on auction.
Yeah.
Now, I have not bought anything on auction for 18 months, and I've still got stuff that I'm getting rid of.
Yeah.
And because we're moving, I am selling this stuff as cheap as I possibly can. I want to make a profit.
Yeah.
But it's just, I bought a load of display port cables because I thought they'd sell, and they haven't sold. They were just literally sat there for 2 years, and suddenly, this week, I've sold 8 of them.
Yeah, I know. Fuck. Yeah, I know.
And I'm pleased because I'm down to 3 now. But
It's like when I was saying to Fiona, I said to her, oh, do you know what? I think this was Monday or something like that. I went, I really need to get all these CS80 parts sorted out because, I mean, we don't see CS80s anymore. Brexit killed most of that market, and the rest of the market is, I've done them all. And literally that afternoon, somebody phones up, can you do an emergency repair on my CS80? I've sold it. Yeah, I can actually, yeah.
You need to do a thing called cycle counting. That's an industry standard for manufacturing companies. Keep track of inventory, what's live, what's going to be moved, what's not going to be moved, what's dead inventory, especially as you ramp up your production stuff.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, I mean, if I end up, where I stop repairing, old vintage, it becomes all dead. You know.
What about trying to sell some of the parts, like the CS80 parts, to somebody in maybe the States, and then doing just one shipment to them?
Yeah.
And put up a reverb store and just do a parts sell. All your inventory.
Yeah, I mean, because I got a guy hit me up saying he wanted like 2 complete M boards. He went basically two complete voice cards for an 80, and he goes either the chips themselves, stuck in a bit of foam, or just the whole card cut out of an old 80 or whatever. And I go, whoa. I said, 10 years ago, yeah. Today, so I had a good old sniff around, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing. And so I'm rooting around outside anyway, when I'm sorting all this stuff out down in the workshop, and there's 16 voice cards. I went, oh, hello. I go, okay, so I take 2. I thought, right, well, what we do is we'll price up what these chips are individually on eBay and stuff like that. And 2 cards, $3,000. Wow. So fucking hell. Yeah, okay. But it's like I said with these sliders for the Odyssey. I even if I got one from say Synthesizer, from fucking miles away. Never mind from I forget the name of the place in Europe, or Senso up in was it Norway? Senso, can't remember. But anyway, and there'll be a few, and even the Synth store, right? When he was getting them in, and I go, oh yeah, I need 200k Lin sliders for an Odyssey, please. And you go, yeah, cool, £8, all right. And now it's like £35 if you can find one. And it's like, that means that if an old Odyssey comes in, because 9 times out of 10 they're going to have all the sliders replaced because they're just all crapped out. You're talking like nearly £1,000 in sliders.
Wow.
Alone. That's before you do anything else to the keyboard. And who's going to want to spend 15, 16, 1,600, £2,000 getting their Odyssey updated when you can buy a Behringer one? I know. Well, exactly. Yeah. Or a Korg one. Or a Korg one. Why would you bother? I mean, I don't get up 2600s coming anymore. And one time a day was 4 or 5 of the bastards here at any one time, all the time, all year long. I haven't seen a 2600 come in now for year. Not even a sniff. You think, well, and I got all this stuff for up 2600s, all these spares, all these sliders and handles and fucking knob caps and fucking speakers, special 4-ohm speakers, and all this sort of stuff. It's all just sitting there going, what do you want me to do? I don't know. I go, no, I think vintage is coming to an end as a, as a viable thing for viable business. Yeah. Well, it's and definitely for musicians of, at our caliber. Yeah. The Hanses and the Lombards and the guys with like plenty of dosso, fine, and and they can get it dealt with. And since Robert Rosen fired up his business, I mean, I used to get a lot of stuff coming from California, loads of it. Robert started his business, and within 6 months, I didn't get a stick coming from California. And why would they? We've got a place just up the road from him. Rather than ship it halfway across the bleeding planet. So, yeah, I know when I'm beat. Yeah. So, yeah, do you know what? Old Hayes is saying about turning into hipster modular gear. Do you know what? You're not far off. You were not far off target there. Right, time to do it, Ian. I'll see you later. All right, darling.
Cheers, buddy.
Come back, but maybe not.
Oh, it's an indecisive doing it, Ian. See you later, mate.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy.
So basically, the mission statement is: all right, if I go into Euro, I want to produce modules that sound like they're big 5U fuck off bastards. Got to sound like that, even though they're teeny tiny. Hence the 18-volt power, you know, so you can get the big waveforms. So I might end up doing, do the VCOs, then I'll do some filters, you know. And people can plug their EGs in and all the rest of it and start building their own little, well, at least mono anaglyph.
Monoglyph.
Or monoglyph, yeah. But the facility would be there to make up Holly. You know? 8 dual VCO modules. And you're off. You know what I mean?
See, I couldn't go near modular. That would be fucking... That'd kill me, I think. Eurocrack, they call it, don't they?
What I'd like to do is make my own case and then have it what they call normalized.
Right.
So you turn it on, like a 2600. You turn it on and you can play it without a single cable in it. You just plug cables in to make it do different things and make it more interesting.
Like a 2600.
Like a 2600 or 2500.
Yeah.
But the Spong version.
I mean, I used to normalize. I think I normalized Hans's 55 for him, so you could turn it on. You flick the normalize switch, and you just immediately play, and you just use it like a fucking great big mono synth with 9 VCOs in it, or like, and now it's all switching jacks, and you can like use it as a normal modular. But he could do it on separate cabs, so you could have one cab normalized and the other one completely modular. I must admit, I did forget to tell him that, and it was about a year, maybe 2 years, before he said, "What's the 2 switches on the back for?" And I went, "Oh shit, yeah, that's for normalising and denormalising the cases." He went, "Oh, I didn't know I could do that." I went, "Yeah, I forgot about. Sorry, yeah, I forgot to tell you about that." Shit. So, I'll have to try that out.
The Spong Mustang. The Spong Stang would be the fucking...
Sounds a bit like something stain, that, so I don't know.
It's like the MS-20 Mini I bought from that guy. He hacked the crap out of it with patch points and switches for different filter settings and stuff.
Yeah.
Sent me a piece of paper. I lost the fucking piece of paper before I had a chance to photocopy it. And I have to go back and trace what he did because I don't know what the switches do.
Yeah.
He did a beautiful job, though. He just should have put fucking labels on there, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like there was, because me and Fiona would, because she's helping me out with it, especially aesthetically. Although I'm not quite sure about whether she should be helping me aesthetically. She did turn the stairs into a spaceship corridor.
That's cool, though.
It is cool, but it's not exactly the most pleasing of colour designs, if you know what I mean. Oatmeal and beige. but anyway, I mean, how are we going to get around all this silk screening? Silk screening the modules. So there's a lot of money involved in that and all the rest of it. I said, yeah. I said, what we'll do, these modules are going to be engraved. End of. No paint to scrape off. So it'd be a nice little touch. Can't do it cursive because half the planet won't be able to read it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, when they're saying about this, like a lot of kids can't read cursive, save their lives.
Well, so you make it too weird. Like some
anymore.
people don't like to make noise fonts because that's kind of that weird drafting stuff font. Some people don't like that. So
yeah, somebody was saying that they don't even teach kids to write cursive anymore in school.
Oh, they do. They do.
They do.
Really?
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of schools that don't.
My little and the 10-year-old, she loves it. She's really fucking good at it. Yeah, a lot of the kids hate it, but no, they do teach it down here.
Yeah. I didn't do it personally. I said I had a company doing some for me, and it was quite pricey, to say the least.
Oh, that was Hans's one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And that was done in the UK. I mean, you know, because you say, oh, you could get it done cheaper elsewhere, but because of Brexit, there isn't anywhere cheaper once you've shipped it across the coastline. Because these fucking morons thought it'd be a good idea to sort of cut ourselves off from the rest of the planet. Fucking idiots.
Oh, did you see what Theresa Coffey did yesterday in Parliament?
Hopefully shit herself and then cut her throat.
She was digging out, I forget who it was, she was digging somebody out saying, oh, you've been talking about the Kigali government when we're actually talking about Rwanda. Kigali being the fucking capital of Rwanda.
Well, she thinks the capital of Rwanda is R.
Yes.
Fucking. It's just like. Oh.
And these people are in charge, eh?
Dear.
And people voted for him.
Yeah.
Well, not all of them.
I think honestly, I think a job interview for somebody to become a minister is where they walk into the office and then talk to the coffee machine or the water cooler for 5 minutes, then come over, take a shit on the desk, throw up, and then walk out again and go, yep, definitely having them.
Well, how the fuck what's the 30p Lee? How the fuck did he get elected?
Red Wall.
Well, how the fuck did Trump win Iowa?
Well,
have you been to Iowa?
Oh yeah, but the amount he won.
Have you been to Iowa?
He won 51% of 14% of all registered Republicans in the state of Iowa.
14, okay.
Yeah, it's 14% of all registered Republican voters turned up to the caucuses, and he won 51% of that.
Yeah, the weather was extremely bad, so a lot of people didn't show up.
He technically he won it, but the great state of Iowa. It's funny, isn't it? Every time they go, it's the great state of, but the great state of Iowa. It's only the Republicans that were voting, and only 14% of them showed up, and only 51% of those.
There's nothing great about it. And the whole damn place is corn, as far as I can see. It's just corn everywhere.
Dave Serchik in the chat, staying quiet.
Yeah. It might be a subject
because he has
we
Lauren
stay
Boebert in Colorado.
Not for much longer, we hope. But
actually,
I heard that most people have had Lauren Boebert in Colorado.
Well, I mean, yeah. She was supposed to be a model at one point. So,
well, like Airfix. She's made from kits.
I was given one of them the other day, a fucking Airfix kit.
Lucky you. Oh, okay.
Not Lauren Boebert. Fuck that.
Well, that was a bonus for the day. What one was it?
It's a Nat Trainer, the one that they used to use as the Red Arrows.
Nat.
Oh.
Nat Trainer.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Built one of them back in about 1976, I think.
Cool, bloody hell.
That's always my favourite Red Arrows, playing the Nat.
Yeah, cute little thing.
I remember my dad used to take us to go and visit his mate, and this guy had a fucking great Harrier jump jet that he was building. I mean, it was an Airfix kit, but it was huge. This thing was about 3 foot long, and it was never finished. And I remember my dad saying to him one day, "What's happening with this thing?" He said, "I only ever do it when the mother-in-law turns up." He said, "So I'm out of the way." I don't think he ever completed it.
God. Mind you, talking of models, that's the latest trend, isn't it? Audio gear in Lego.
Yeah.
Was it a Neve desk, 600 quid?
Well, guys were making modular cases in Lego for a long time.
Yeah. But these are like little replicas of like
replicas.
System 55 minis and stuff like that. But the prices of them was like, what?
Buy a real thing for that.
Oh, you're not far off. I saw a YouTube video and a guy had one of those Behringer mini Moogs, and he turned on one VCO, this is what got me started thinking. This a couple of weeks ago, and he activates one VCO and he starts to play it, and he went e e e e e e e e. I went, that's not what a mini mode VCO sounds like. So I did some investigation. Yeah, 4.5 volt that waveform is. 4.5.
And a mini is
15 Yeah. But like I was saying in the chat about worried about shorting out other modules and stuff like that. What I was
Don't they use
thinking
a
was
step up internally? There's no step up in there?
no, it's not a good idea. What I was thinking of having was something I could put in there. Well, maybe on the front end of the power supply, and then have it, you can make up a separate rail where the plus and minus 18 volt is completely separate. So you can plug your normal ribbon cables into it, and then there's like a second one which is your plus and minus 18 at the top that you would never get near. Or I also manufacture a plus minus 18 volt case, but the key is to get the sound. That's what's going to be the most important thing.
What was the one you said put the higher voltage by the panel so you could actually touch it almost?
The what?
There was a synth you said you put the higher voltage right in touch range right by the panel. One of the synths you said. Which one was that?
Oh Christ, what was that one now?
You get shocked a lot.
Didn't it go to one of the knobs or something?
Oh, there's
or the power switch.
Some weird thing. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I can't fucking remember for thinking, to be honest. There's one. There was another. What was the? Can't remember if it was the polysynth that you put your hand near it and it acted like a theremin. So when you went to adjust the knob, you could never get it quite right because you put your hand near it. So if you're trying to get them to be in tune, it goes, and you pull it away, it's out of tune. So you turn it a bit more so it's out of tune and pull it away. And go, oh, that's closer. Put it out. There you go.
Just have to leave your hand there.
Yeah, but I think that one was. I think that might have been a fault. They wouldn't have designed it like that, surely. Well, I don't know. It's CMS, isn't it? Not exactly.
You said you got the vocoder working, right?
Yes. Well, I've got it making noises anyway.
How does it sound? Is it at least interesting? Or is it...
It sounds like it does on the record, but you realise just how much processing was going on the record.
Oh, right. Okay.
Do you know what I mean? You put the graphic on it and get that sweet spot so you can actually understand what it's saying.
So it's garbled or thin, or what is it? So
it is quite thin, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's individual boards for each frequency range.
Yeah.
But there's gaps between them, so where most vocoders try to work.
How many bands is it?
16. It's 16.
16. Okay. It's like the Bodo one. 16. Yeah.
Asio head. Someone urgently needs to build a modular Lego case. No, what you need is a fucking Ross Lamont to come back and start making again.
He's too busy go-kart racing.
They have built modular Lego cases.
Yeah.
You can build the modules on the outside now. Have you seen that one? You can actually hang modules on the side of the case. The Mylar Melodies did a thing on it. It's kind of interesting.
Won't be long before Teenage Engineering bring out the modular washing line. Just peg them onto the line.
Well, it's like you run out of space. So what? Put them on the outside.
use a toothpick to operate the sliders. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I'd like to design, a modular that does have a certain degree of aesthetic and ergonomic properties. Something that looks a little bit sexier than your average Eurorack, which does, let's face it, does look like somebody's shopping basket when they're in a rush.
Yeah.
It's just there's colours and shit all over the place, and it kind of looks impressive, and then at other times it's sort of like, how the fuck do you know what it's too complex, too sort of like
Well, to be fair, look at the original Eurorack by Depfer. It's all like lab equipment, same color, very boring looking,
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean,
I kind of like that though because there's no distraction from what you're doing.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, but sometimes you want a little bit of pizzazz. If you spend a lot of time on something, that looks kind
Well,
of
it
dull.
depends. I mean, because you can have, there's a fine line between boring and stylish.
Yeah.
You know.
Some are downright gaudy, but some are really cool looking.
Yeah, but then there again, if you're buying different modules from different manufacturers, the chances of getting it to look ergonomically quite attractive and have some sort of aesthetic is not only possible unless you deliberately buy modules of the same colour.
Like I have an audio mangling one that I had that.
Look,
It's
who
gold.
the fuck?
It's really
what-
nice looking.
I can't talk about fucking style. I've got a DX11 and an Alpha Juno. What the fuck do I know?
They're stylishly
Juno's
looking.
cool.
They're all right. What are you on about?
Not the most
All right,
interesting.
I have a Karma.
Well, no, it's all in degrees, Matt. To be honest with
Yeah.
you, it's all degrees, mate. You know, because there's some people who think that the CS80 looks like a pile of shite, and in a way, it does look like it was designed by Lego.
Looks like an organ.
Yeah, and it looks like an organ. Exactly
Yeah.
so.
You go,
I'll
oh, is this
disagree with
Lowry?
that.
What is this crap?
Yeah, and a lot of people thought I know lots of people who thought that what they were buying was an organ and didn't bother.
Yeah.
You know, and then they actually hear what one sounds like, or make the connection between what they're hearing and what the keyboard is doing the sound, and suddenly go, oh, fucking hell. And then it all just stopped. Nobody cared what what an 80 looked like. You know, and it's sort of like, oh yeah. I think it was the event of things like YouTube and Facebook really got it out there. More people were able to see what half these machines actually look like in the flesh, as it were.
I think that's one of the reasons why the Jupiter 8 was so popular, because it looked
Yeah, it's a very stylish keyboard.
beautiful looking machine.
Yeah, everything about it was just right. It didn't have too much of anything.
Also showed up everywhere too.
Well, yeah, it was everywhere, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the Juno was, the same. The System 100 didn't look as pretty as the 100M. Even though it's technically pretty much the same kind of thing obviously with all the various nuanced differences between them, but
Because you got
the
the garage
100M
stuff like a
really
Fismo,
looks
people go, what is
stylish.
this crap? It looks like garbage, right?
It's
like a
the
toy.
horses for courses. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's like PE 1000. It looks like it's some sort of like really cheap shit electric piano. But it's not. So
Like I have several of the command stations, and the one based on the MoFat is this purple color,
yeah,
just really like Grimace, like from McDonald's or whatever, or Barney. It's very
Yeah.
very just in your face purple, and then the yellow one, which is the more popular one people have with the lead stuff, and there's the more synthy kind of dance stuff in it.
yeah,
It's very attractive. It's kind of a yellow-orange color. And then they had the silver one for the drums, which was very boring looking. But, you end up seeing the purple one everywhere because people wanted this crazy-looking unit.
yeah. Well, I mean, there was I can remember, although I love the keyboards, but I always found them to be extremely boring looking. With things like the DX7, the ESQ1, the EPS, they were quite.
D50, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you thought, no, that's pretty dull. And then the 90s happened, and then everything was black.
Yeah.
And, one panel and a slider and some buttons and a display always in the same place and all this sort of thing. And then everything feckin' looked like that, no matter what.
Yeah.
And that was a really dull period. And unless you knew what the the code numbers were, you weren't quite sure what the fuck you were buying half the time. Do you know what I mean? You look on the back and it say Roland or Korg or whatever, but you look at the front and go, it looks like every other fucking keyboard.
Well, it's
in
like when cars like Mercedes started looking like BMW.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like, oh, Jesus, they all look
Yeah.
the same now.
Yeah, and then you had this genus of cars that you couldn't tell them apart. You had to look at the badge to work out what the fucking hell you were buying. You know what I mean? So, oh yeah, no, I know the specs of this one because I've seen the badge now. I know what I'm getting.
Yeah.
And then it kind of started to change a bit in in 2000 and stuff. With things like the Oasis, that was quite different looking.
Oh yeah,
And
touch screens
then,
and all kinds of stuff. That's
yeah,
crazy.
exactly. And then things started to sort of like change. And then you got things like the River, you got the Schmidt, you know, you got what was that one? The one that told handheld finance.
Hartman Neuron.
Hartman Neuron, yes.
I love that thing. I can only afford the software version.
I wasn't quite sure about those sort of like mushrooms, upside down mushrooms
they're
growing out
great.
the front. Do you know what I mean?
The problem is they're fragile. And
yes.
At one point I found a 3D print. Some guy had a model of them somewhere, but I lost the link.
Yeah.
And so when those break, they're very fragile, so they're hard to replace.
Yeah. But it makes you wonder where some of these archives have gone, because a lot of these places, they're all dead links now for stuff. You know,
well, I mean, a lot of that stuff gets aggregated and put on a page like this Facebook group for Hartman Neuron, where you can get all the old crap.
Yeah, exactly. So things like Yahoo groups, it's half the stuff you click on is like page.
That migrated to Facebook.
Yeah, all gone. Yeah. And just hope it's all made it there in
So that's
one
one of the
piece.
few good reasons for Facebook is they imported all the Yahoo groups crap.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think now we're in a time now where the physical look of stuff has now become very, very multiple in choices of size, color, materials. It's all over the fucking shop now. Everything can look radically different from the next thing. Like the Marlboro drum machine from Korg. I mean, at one time nobody would in their right mind think of doing anything even vaguely that orange, or that much orange anyway. A little bit of orange, like on JP8 and stuff like that.
Oh, half piece asking about the Wayback Machine. It's only good to a point. There's a lot of broken links in the Wayback Machine. A lot of graphics don't load.
Yeah.
MP3s and videos are toast for the most part. There's a great web page that Don Solaris used to do stuff for called Sealed Deep Synthesis. You can still find it on the Wayback Machine. Excellent resource for digital synths and some other weird stuff. Nice pictures, articles, reviews, and stuff. But almost every link inside the articles are dead.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the MP3s don't work, so you can't hear demos anymore.
Yeah, because at one time a day you used to type in the make of a synth and sysx, and you'd be presented with like several pages that were storing the factory presets for whatever it was. And I mean, thank God MIDIOX is still going. You can't get sysed anymore, can you?
Probably.
Oh, take a drink.
Probably can.
I find all kinds of tools still online when it comes to that stuff. But
You mean Sysx Librarian for the Mac? By
Yeah,
Snoise?
was it sysed?
No, well, there's
Snoise, the Snoise.
Snoise. Sysx Librarian is still.
Yeah, because I noticed there was quite a few sysx librarians for instance, iPad, and then you go down to the reviews and they go, oh yeah, but you can't transfer the sysx to any particular keyboard. So, what? Yeah, and they got like 1 star kind of thing. What the fuck is going on?
Well, the iPad stuff tricky since the developers don't keep up. Stuff drops off the store, then you can't get it anymore. So.
Yeah. I must admit, I did like. I used MIDIOX mostly because they've just had so much experience using MIDIOX, because I used that for doing the controllers as well. Programming every fucking controller just after it was built. Pain in the ass, but. And
There's
you can
an old
edit
site
it
called
and everything.
Synth Zone, and if you're going on Synth Zone, it's ancient.
Yeah,
and it's still around, and a lot of the links still work, but they go to dead pages, so then you have to use Synth Zone with the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, a lot of them are dead, and the same with a lot of the links on Matrix Synth.
But one of the great things about Synth Zone is, unless you click on certain links, you don't realize they have a whole FTP section. That's still there to this day of patches.
Yeah.
So just like the DX7 section alone, before they had all these like compilation archives for Dext and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You get like a boatload of patches in the Synth Zone archive.
Yeah.
And they do lots of their stuff. It's really cool. Manuals, patches. So there's some of that stuff is still around, but you just hit or miss. Sometimes the links are dead, or you have to find another way to get to them.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying, but
Yeah, Sonic State I think is the same way with
Yeah, the old Sonic State section with the
the
with
synth
with the
site.
ancient
It's
layout.
still there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All the old reviews and stuff.
reviews, but
Message board.
yeah,
Yeah.
Forgot what they called that. What area called?
Yeah. No, I think one of the radical visual design changes that took place was when Nord come
Yeah.
out with their red keyboards, and then it sort of like all
yeah,
took
the
off from
lead,
there. Yeah. Because the idea of having a completely red keyboard would have been unheard of 10 years earlier.
Well, I had an SHS 10 when I was a kid,
Mm.
and first
Yeah,
thing I
those are
got it
funny.
for Christmas, and I opened it up, I'm like, oh, it's red.
Yeah,
They
but
have
see,
the
back
bigger
then,
boy, it's
radical,
black.
you know.
Have you seen that one? They have
Yeah.
the big SH 200, I think it is.
Oh, that's a white one.
Is it white? There's also a black one, I thought, as well.
Well, the SHS 10 came in 3 colors: red, gray, and then black.
No, there's a bigger one. I think it's a 200.
Yeah,
It's
well,
got a
yeah,
slightly
the
bigger
two-
design,
the
bigger
200
keys.
yeah, the 200, it's 4 octaves, stereo speakers, and I think that one's white. I don't
Well,
remember.
I suppose it'd be the SH101 that first did it first,
Yeah, the
didn't
101 had
it? The red,
3,
the
right?
blue,
Red, blue, gray.
the grey. Oh yeah, loads of greys, but very few reds and blues. I'm sure there was another.
The
We
Is
had
there a
the Holly
yellow?
Cynthia had all the colors on it.
Didn't the CSO1 come in different colors?
Can't remember.
Maybe not.
There was
I don't
Mark
think
1 and the Mark 2, but I don't think. I think the Mark 1 was one colour and the Mark 2 was another, but I don't think it was like available in multiple colours individually.
Yellow Waldorfs. Yeah, that was quite radical doing the Waldorf in yellow.
Oh yeah, the Waldorf. Yeah.
But now, any colours, you know, it's fine. We're in this very colourful period of time now with gear.
I remember seeing the Trinity for the first time, and I thought that was because I'm so used to seeing black, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, suddenly there was these sort of like gunmetal grey, silvery jobs popping
and
out of the
Triton,
woodwork.
too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not getting sparkly stuff though. You get them on drums and you get them on some like Rhodes and stuff, but we never put sparklies on keyboards.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, because
Yeah, the
even
Karma
Yamaha
too.
adopted it, didn't they, with their early
Well, they-
motifs?
Well, they were doing that before with the CS1X. Wasn't the AN1X like a blue,
Yeah, it's kind of a
It's a weird
like
blue,
a bluish
yeah.
gray?
Yeah.
greeny blue.
But normally
Yeah.
those synthy workstations were normally kind of a,
Yeah.
a
Well, the
blackish
EX
colour, weren't they?
EX5 and EX7 were blue, I think.
Yeah,
and then they switched to gray with the motifs.
yeah.
But even then, I
AN1X
like
is
the look.
similar color to the JP8000.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now it's like any colour you want, mate.
Well, it's LEDs and all that bollocks now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Fucking Access Virus, switch that on and do Indigo, it's like, blow your eyes out.
Yeah. Yeah, it always seems weird now. You get a keyboard and you turn it on, it's got like one LED on it, just tell you it's on and go, is that it?
It's definitely not a System 8 you switched on then.
Yeah, yeah,
Fucking hell. Burned retinas the first time I turned mine on.
yeah. I think there's a bit of space over here. Should we put an LED in?
Well, the whole trend of blue LEDs for so long is just, oh god, they're blinding.
Yeah, but there wasn't there, where there would be the subtle blue LEDs to start with, and then they got more and more powerful and put bigger lenses on them. And next
the Depth
minute,
for Dark Time had a red mode, red model, but then they stopped selling those. You can only get the blue ones.
yeah,
So I'm like, oh man, he's in a dark room and you're like, you're squinting to look at the thing.
there was a Roland I was working on earlier in the year, I think it was. And if your head was in just the right position,
Yeah, you get blasted.
you could have eye surgery off
Yeah.
this fucking blue LED that was on it.
Innovation did it too with a bunch of
Arc-eye.
their stuff.
Yeah,
Archive.
yeah.
Oh, some of the older
Is
Behringer.
that the posh way of saying Akai? Sorry.
Some of the older Behringer Phoenixes had the really bright blue
Yeah. No, I've had a couple of machines that have actually triggered migraines before now.
I believe
But
it.
it's
not
the
a
earlier
memory
ones.
moog.
Yeah. Now, the problem with the memory moog is because they run so slowly, the LEDs actually flicker, and it's really that you bleeding head in. Yeah, the update on the LEDs is pretty slow. Well, display as well, really. Truth be known. Mind you, if you want the crystal right down, you just make it look like a hydrosynth. So it'll like it's in screensaver mode. Like that. Really, you see it like sweep across the front panel very, very slowly.
Vegas mode, yeah.
Oh yeah, I can put my key lab in Vegas mode.
Yeah, slow it right down.
Oh, if we're talking about looks, anyone remember the JX1?
Yeah.
One.
It wasn't even a.
It was a
Well,
dance
really-
synth, wasn't it?
No, it was a preset.
Yeah,
synth.
but it was a dart. They called it a
Horrible
dance
looking thing.
synth, didn't they? Yeah.
No, that was the 305.
305 is very dancey, yeah.
The
Is that the big
JX1
I have a
wedge back
305.
one?
Yes.
No, the JX1 was like a hexagon shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just had presets in it, and maybe like a couple of like a brilliant slider and a something else, but that was it. Falls into the category of what were they thinking?
Well, Casio had the Millennium Falcon, the XWP1 or something. It's whatever the thing is called.
Oh, the XWP1, yeah.
PDJ or something.
So they had. I was
There's
working.
a synth and there's the controller module that samples.
Yeah,
Looks like a Millennium Falcon.
I know what you're talking about. Well, they had the two drum machines. I think one was more of a groove box, but they had the XWP1, they had the XWG1, and then they had the Privia PX5S, which all had kind of the same like design scheme.
That one's pretty nice, actually. That Privia has a combination of stuff that's pretty good. Because it had normal keys on it for piano stuff. The XW keys
Yeah.
are the worst I've ever played anywhere.
Oh, I think
They're
they
really
took
the worst
those-
keys ever.
I think they
And they're
took
full
those
size.
From they took them from the CTK, like whatever they were doing.
Oh, they're just awful.
Oh gosh.
Are we talking Mark II Fender Rhodes bad?
I mean, there's like
Mark I
nothing
without
there.
the bump
They're like
mod.
air,
Yeah.
and they also mush when you kind of mush.
Oh yeah, they were bad.
Oh.
They're just awful.
Oh yeah. Oof.
Oh dear.
But the problem is the synth engine wasn't bad, and they had like the slider, so you could actually use it as an
Well, they had
organ thing as
Yeah,
well.
they had an organ engine in it.
Yeah.
It wasn't the greatest, but if you were just getting into playing organ, it worked fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, the keys were bad, and well, they had that area to the right that was a completely different color for whatever reason, but that's where you'd put your iPad or
Yeah, like a storage area.
yeah.
Yeah, still got that YC45 as well down there. That's a point. Thing is, the only thing I know to play on the YC45 is Crazy Horses. I don't know any other. I never play anything else on it. Yeah, must be more you can do with it. I'm buggered if I know.
Yeah.
But anyway. Yeah, so at some point very soon, hopefully I'm done. I can get into the R&D full time.
Yep. Put up a page where you can sell your parts online. I'm sure you get some decent money for them.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll let Fiona run that shop. That'll keep her busy. Keep her out of mischief.
I go look for parts sometimes on eBay. It's like, Jesus, these are expensive.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going
Like I'm messing with this, or at least the preliminaries on how to get auto tuning for the Oberheim stems. It's taking its time.
Oh
Getting there nonetheless.
Here we go.
Right, gentlemen.
There's the
I-
JX1.
Yeah, it's
It's ugly.
Oh, yeah, with the angles. Yeah.
Right, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said, preset synth with a couple performance controls.
It's funny, it looks like a mud wrestler. I don't know why. It's just automatically think of a mud wrestler.
Yeah.
right, gentlemen. I'm going to bid you all good night.
All right, darling.
See ya.
Take care.
All right, mate. Oh,
See you later. Good night.
No, not done.
I've been chosen to take part in this. Fuck off.
Yeah, I got an email in this morning saying, "Oh, we've been undercharging you for your gas and electricity."
Been undercharging you.
Yeah, or undercharging. Yeah, for the last 24 months or so.
Bloody hell.
You know how us. Blah 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 blah. It's about 300 or 400 quid anyway, something like that.
I'm sure I'm paying over the odds for mine at the moment, but I hate it when I had one electricity company used to change my monthly payment almost monthly.
Yeah.
We've reevaluated your usage and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Now I pay a fixed amount, a fixed amount a month at the moment, based on my predicted 12-month usage. Thing is, they can't predict my 12-month usage because I haven't lived in this house 12 months and I didn't have gas in the last house. I only had electricity.
Yeah.
So what they've based their estimate on, I don't know, probably just average family of 4 or something. I don't know.
Do you not give them monthly meter readings?
No, we're on smart meters. So
Oh, okay.
And I'm terrible. I mean, I have that little monitor thing. I sit it out in the hall.
Yeah.
And I set my budgets. I watch it. I can watch it from here actually. And there's what's using up all the electricity?
Oh, it's the DX1.
Yeah. And then I realise, it's the DX1. Or something.
It's using all that gas.
But I mean, it's gone over the budget indicator for the last few weeks now because it's been cold.
Well, it has, isn't it?
And I'm a tight ass, so I set the budget low. I mean,
Put a jumper on.
Yeah. Well, do you know I have been?
Yeah.
Because normally when I'm at home in the house, I just wander around in t-shirt and shorts. But the last couple of weeks, it's like, no, I'm putting my tracky bottoms on. Oh, pair of socks as well. It's the thing is, I'm well in credit with the electricity company, so get through the next 2 or 3 months and see where we are, and then I might get a refund. I doubt.
Well, I know damn well that's what's caused this email to turn up is because we gave my meter reading.
Oh yeah.
And they're going, oh, then we haven't actually charged you enough.
So you're not on smarts over there?
No. No.
Can you get asked to be put on a smart meter?
Probably.
Won't cost you anything.
Yeah. I normally leave it to, it's one of Fiona's domains. Because I can't even pronounce the name of the energy company we're with now. So.
I'm with Octopus at the moment, and that's only because I used to be with Bulb. And Bulb were one of the ones that went under during COVID.
Yeah, but all roads lead back to the same two companies, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. But I have to say, Octopus they're quite good. You know, in terms, I just like to be able to know what I'm spending when I'm spending it and how much I'm spending, and I get all of that information on the app. And they just started doing this. A lot of companies have started doing this thing where they invite you to participate in events where you try to use as little energy as possible between 5:30 and 6:30.
Yeah.
And by doing, it's encouraging people, for an hour or so a day to maybe think, well, maybe I'll wait to put the oven on until, or whatever. And it bothers me because it makes me think, oh shit, we're going to have rolling blackouts and stuff because we're getting to that point where we're having to conserve energy.
Yeah.
But also, it's an incentive to save a bit of cash at the end of the day. So.
Oh yeah.
But no, when I moved in, I had the old house. I had a smart meter for the electric. This house I had a smart meter, but I didn't have a smart one for the gas. So I just said, "Can you put one in, please?" And they sent somebody around. They just popped it on. And, away we go. So.
Speaking of monitoring, do they have that thing for your car out there? The insurance companies where they track your driving with this little gadget, and
it's an optional thing.
Yeah.
If you're with an insurance company, and if you're of a certain age or a certain level of experience, so you've just passed your test and you're 17 years old, most insurance companies will charge you the absolute bloody earth for the policy anyway.
Yeah.
But they'll say, well, we'll give you a discount if you agree to have this little box installed.
Yeah, tracks all your speeding, all your other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And your sudden deceleration trauma when you hit a tree.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you can optionally, so I could ask for one if I wanted, which I don't, but I could, and I could ask for one and have that on my policy. But I'm of an age now where, I've forgotten. I've probably got 20 odd years no claims, at least. Yeah. And being, in my mid 50s, I'm almost Saga now, aren't I? So I get my Saga discount.
Yeah, those adverts in the back of the Guardian are beginning to look very attractive,
all of a sudden,
aren't they?
They're becoming relevant.
Yes. You go, I'm going to start collecting figurines.
Yeah. I'll sign up for that life insurance policy because they guarantee they'll accept me at my age now.
The mono slipper. Ooh. Is it electric? Oh, lovely. Toasty. Yeah. Yeah. And a tea towel with Prince Charles on it. Yeah.
With or without his prostate?
Oh, sorry, King Charles now.
King Charles, yeah. I know.
So it's going to take a while for that to settle in. It was the same with Moog.
So it was a lot of tacky merchandise that came out when he became king.
There's always tacky.
There's always. But, I mean, but you could buy, special release of the Queen had a decent shit coin. Or whatever.
Movement.
Yeah, she had the solid movement in sterling silver in a special presentation case and all this business. Only $99.99 for this £1 coin. Yeah, good luck with that.
Wow.
Legal tender, £1 coin. Except it wasn't legal tender, most of them, were they?
No.
You went into a shop with one of them and go, fuck off, I'm not taking that.
Well, they do that with these Trump ads. Like, you can get a gold coin with Trump's image on it. It's pure gold and all this kind of stuff. So come on. Wow.
Send us $50 and we'll send you a free baseball hat that costs us 99 cents.
Instead of putting his image on a coin, put it on toilet paper. Make much more sense.
Yeah.
God, man. But, it's... It is. You get to a certain age, and there are certain benefits in terms of things like insurances and stuff like that. But
I don't know if they'd have done that in 2020, we probably wouldn't have the toilet paper shortage.
Yeah, mind you, they did. One of the things we were trying to do was when it came to try and save energy and all the rest of it was not have the AC on in the workshop, which meant I couldn't work in the workshop. And she goes. Because Fiona she goes, well, why is it too cold? You really feeling the cold. I said, no, it's got nothing to do with me. Analog synthesizers do not fire up when they are cold, and they do not run correctly. You get all sorts of weird faults, and there's actually nothing wrong with them if it's too cold. They have to be at a certain temperature before you turn them on.
They're like a fine wine. They've got to be at room temperature.
Exactly. If they're not at room temperature, they really act up. So I'm kneeling in the dog's bed in the front room, using a coffee table as a bench, repairing vintage synthesizers to save energy. But what is good about it, it means that Siri can curl up and go to sleep on my lap, with her head on my lap while I'm working. And she doesn't get in the way because she's asleep. Because you know what she's like when she walks in front of your face, and she does this thing where she presses her head up against your face like this. Going, love me, please. Yeah, not now, please. So she's
she
curled up.
leaner? She likes to lean against you.
Yeah, she leans into your face with her face and goes, I love you.
I had a dog that was a leaner.
Yeah, and Noah can curl up and go to sleep the other side and nearly behind me, and I can work away unimpeded, which is great. And they're keeping me legs warm, to be honest. So, yeah, as long as I get the work done, I suppose it doesn't really matter. But it has to be a dog's bed now. I cannot kneel on the floor anymore. If I kneel on the floor normally, like I used to do, like all day, if I do it for, say, an hour, I stand up, can't walk. I'm like, oh, ow, 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 my knees. I go, when did that happen? When did I get old?
Yeah.
Don't remember being old. I was tempted to buy one of those T-shirts. I go, I can't believe I'm now the same age as old people.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's all relevant, isn't it? I suppose.
Well, I suppose.
These 55-year-olds with, arthritis and stuff like that, and they're walking around with one stick and stuff like that, and going,
But you get the senior discount at restaurants and stuff, right?
yeah, if I could get them one, I would. I should get a discount just for turning up, to be honest. But no, I don't know. And it costs too much to heat up that workshop. Well, to a temperature where you can fire up a memory moog anyway.
Is it because the walls are thin, or it's too big, or is it?
It's very big. It's very big, basically. And, it feels the cold. And because I haven't been using it, it's very cold. So
I'll just keep a CS80 out there.
Yeah, trouble is, do you know what? You can't work on a CS80 out there. My God. The thing is, the amount of juice that a CS80 uses, I might as well, be burning, I don't know, mink coats on a bonfire, to keep the place warm for what it costs to fire an 80 up. So, I don't know. Of course, there's a lot of metal in there. It's warming the metal up. It works both ways, doesn't it? The metal cools the air. You've got to heat the metal up, and of course it absorbs the heat, so the air's still cold, and the air makes the metal cold again. You can't thicken wind. And it is quite, even though it's an economical system, it is quite pricey to run it, I must admit. So, the things they don't tell you about CS80 ownership, mate, there are many.
But your house is pretty old, right? Is the insulation pretty good in there?
The insulation's quite good. I mean, we had a lot done. I mean, thank God we had the front and back door done, and all the windows with the very, very latest in double glazing technology, so we were told. Because apparently our old double glazing was the argon gas-filled double glazing. It goes, that's old hat now. We've got much better thing. Oh, okay. But it was
because the house I spent most of my life in was built. All those were built in the 50s, in the Bay Area and stuff. And so, anywhere you go now, they're still around. They all look the same inside. They all have this kind of shitty insulation in them.
Yeah, but these are brick houses with insulation gap and then breeze block and then plasterboard.
Yeah.
Because from what I've seen of a lot of the houses in America, they're actually made of paper. What constitutes as paper? You literally can just push a screw right through the entire wall, and the end of the screw comes out the other side if there's no wood on it.
Wow.
Kind of thing. Those really, mind you, where they build houses like that, where like if it's in Tornado Alley, they go, well, we're not going to build anything too elaborate because it probably won't be fucking here next month. It'll be over in the next county. So, why bother getting too carried away with it? I can understand that.
Disposable
But,
houses. Yeah.
yeah. So, but I mean, the windows were about, 8.5K. I thought that was a lot. And then she goes, we've got to get the front and back door done. I went, okay. Well, she goes, but it's pointless of getting the windows done and not have the front and back door done. I mean, okay. And that was like 10K. And then the guy very kindly, once he put the back door in, cut a huge fucking hole in it to put the dog flap in. I'm going, yeah, I'm still trying to work that one out. And we had to get the really big one because we've got a husky now. Whether we had intended to have a husky or not.
Yeah, it's pretty fun if you can get your hands on a thermal camera, walk around your house, and just look at all the heat coming out.
Yeah. Well, Nellie does this. I could throttle her sometimes. She goes through the cat flap, stops halfway to just inspect the garden, leaves her ass in the kitchen, and she's looking around, and just all the heat's going, bye.
Yeah.
Okay, get in here. Go in or go out, one or the other. I go, God, when are I getting old and niggly about the heating and doors? What the hell? What's going on? Turned into my mother.
Did you say Noah put his butt outside and just took a dump and then came back in?
Yeah, no, he's a little shit for doing that. The thing that annoys me though, he does this thing where even if he does go out, he'll pee on the decking if it's raining. And he's already out, so it's not the cold, but he says, oh no, not if it's wet as well. But if it's cold, wet, and raining, he just backs up and he sticks his arse out, has a shit, and comes back in.
He roughed it for a long time. He doesn't want to rough it anymore.
Yeah. The trouble is, he has to go to so much trouble just to get his arse out. Surely it'd just be easier, go outside and do your toilet and come in. But no. I've often come into the kitchen and then there's just half a Noah sticking out of the door with a very pleased expression on his face. He's a little git, that dog.
It's like when you see cats use a little litter box, they're so happy.
Yeah. Well, we had toyed with the idea of giving him a litter box, and we thought, no, I don't know. It's encouraging his laziness. Because
Plus, it'll just track that stuff around.
Yeah, because we did have a sort of like the equivalent of a little litter box for him when we first got him, because he was so used to just pooing and peeing wherever he stood. It was, he didn't live in a house. He had no one training him or anything like that. And because he was up in the mountains for about 2.5 years running wild. And he did this thing where he goes, I need to go to the toilet. He jumped down off the settee, trot into the kitchen, and he'd be halfway across the kitchen and go, nah, fuck it, I'll do it here, and just pee on the floor, turn around and come back. And we had to, smack up the arse, all the way out. So he learnt soon enough, but he does regress now and again, especially if the weather's not nice. Thing is, I thought it'd be quite cold up in the mountains of Spain anyway. Not exactly roasting.
Yeah,
so I don't know. He's going, it's cold.
That's what I said. He was fine for a while. He said, I'm done roughing it. I'm pampered now.
Yeah, but this is it. It's too bloody pampered, that dog. By a long mile. Mind you, they had their sausages ran out last night, so there was no sausage for them this morning. Those little pigs in blankets. Oh my God. Charlie thought his throat had been cut. Oh my God, the noise. The howling. Where's my sausage? Like that. There isn't any. But I want a sausage. All this business. Oh, it went on for about an hour and a half. He just wouldn't let up. And the more he...
hot dogs in the fridge, just give him some little hot dogs.
No, there was absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I had nothing to give them. And he complained and complained, and the mush on him. Oh my God, the face on him. So I had that sort of like, that look the huskies can get. Yeah. And the more he howled, the more he sort of like was winding up the others. It's like, God, must be something I can give, but there wasn't anything to give him.
Well, it's never boring, that's for sure.
Yeah. So once he realised there wasn't anything, he went out. He hasn't been in all day. It's been out in the garden. Will not come in. So we've ordered some more. Hopefully they'll be here soon. I hope so. I can't stand up with old grumpy face for another day. He's bleeding howling. Because they say if you've got more than one husky, if one sets off, it sets the other off more, which sets the other one off more, and so forth and so on. And it just escalates, and they're just doing that really loud, whiny, screamy howling in the end. I go, thank Christ we've only got one husky then. Jesus.
My lab used to howl, but only for sirens. We live by the hospital, so that every time the ambulance went by, he's
it's a
ramping up.
trigger, isn't it? Yeah, all the police cars and stuff like that. Yeah. But what makes me laugh is Siri. I mean, she's a skinny little dog, really, but her bark. She sounds like an enormous dog. She was woof, like really deep.
Yeah, my golden retriever had a huge bark.
Yeah,
she
really
was not
woof like that. It's like bloody hell, girl.
Yeah, she looked innocent. And she scared the shit out of people. She started barking.
Yeah. Yeah. But she'll hear something out in the garden. Well, not even in the garden. Sort of like within 20-mile radius of the house, and she goes out to investigate, and then goes woof. It's really loud.
But this golden retriever was a coward. One day I was outside hanging out, and the dog was like happy, and it looked up, and it had this like sinking feeling, and it got real low and kind of skulked away, and I looked up, and it was just a hot air balloon. It was terrified of a hot air balloon.
Yeah, no. Which one was it? I think it was probably Max. He didn't like low-flying aircraft. He would bark at them, go absolutely mental. And we live under the Heathrow flight path, so sometimes they would come across really low.
We have commercial jets. We have private airports here, as well as Moffett Field here, with the Blue Angels flying by and stuff. So there's always some fucking planes doing something. Yeah.
He didn't like these low-level flying 747s. He saw it as an invasion of his property, and he'd really bark at this aircraft, which was taking absolutely zero notice of him, obviously. I feel sorry for our next-door neighbours. They probably think we've got 40 dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Mind you, next door
you
they
have
got one
barking
of those...
late at night too, right? I mean,
yeah.
During the show here, you'll have them barking.
Yeah. And Noah will do it because there's this thing where if Noah does go out, and this is where I think some of this toiletry comes from, if Noah goes outside, Nellie sees this as a challenge. So what she does is she stands and waits for Noah to come back in, and then when Noah comes in, she goes for him. And they have this play fight, and Noah really isn't into it at all. And he gets very snappy about it. And of course she retaliates because he's being very snappy. So if he does go to the toilet, I have to make sure that Nellie is not standing guard waiting to pounce. Sometimes she comes into the front room, just waits around the corner of the kitchen door so she can surprise him. But he knows that she's there and just barks, bark. And then if she's not there, like she's curled up fast asleep on the settee, Noah's in the kitchen going bark, thinking that she is there.
Oh, I see. That's great.
It's like, what did I do to deserve this? Seriously.
Well, I mean, just like having kids, they're a lot of work, right?
Yeah. But you know, like sometimes you get like couples where their dogs are their children.
Yeah.
And I've said to Fiona, I said, we're not going to turn into that, are we, please?
What do you mean turn into?
Yeah.
You already have.
I think it's too late, mate. I've literally been scrooched up on the settee before now because I didn't want to disturb Sirius sleep. And I go, what the fuck am I doing? Go, fuck off out of the way, dog. I'm trying to sit down. But no, I'm going to let her sleep. Jesus Christ.
They're a lot of fun. I miss having them. I just don't have time for them right now. But
yeah.
they do
Oh yeah,
require
I
a lot
mean,
of time.
I think not having dogs here, I'd go fucking mental. Well, there hasn't not been a dog in the house. It's but one day in 40 odd years. And that's the day we got Nelly.
Oh, excuse me.
Clearly, we didn't think that one out. God. Because the woman said, she goes, no, I just can't cope with the dog. We go, oh, no, we'll take the dog on. Thinking, she couldn't cope with the dog, obviously, you know. No, we found out that nobody could cope with Nelly.
Bless her.
We saw the photograph of that garden after we'd had her 2 days, where she'd eaten a mattress and distributed it all over the garden.
Well, I mean, it's nice that you take the dogs in, because that's, a lot of people won't do that. But,
Oh, she's a sweetheart, but my God. She ate the fence. We've got to buy a new fence now. She doesn't
my brother's
touch
wife's
keyboards.
cousin had they got this adopted dog from this rescue thing, this worldwide rescue for dogs. Like you kind of how you got Noah, I guess, some kind of world rescue thing from other countries, and so they rescued a dog from I think the streets of Hong Kong or something like that. It's a beautiful black lab, kind of miniature because it didn't get a lot of nutrition and stuff.
Yeah.
But a beautiful dog, but man, it was so skittish and jumpy. And, I'm a real dog person, so I was so happy to see it. And it always had this like 1,000-yard stare, and I was always kind of like, the tail didn't wag much. It was kind of low, and its stance was low. It just was like fucked up for life from whatever it saw on those streets, And then unfortunately, on top of that, it got cancer. So it only lived like a few years.
God's sake.
Yeah, it was the poor dog had a shit life,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, these dogs, they eat better than we do. Well, their dog food costs more than normal food. I know that.
Oh,
much.
yeah. Well, unless you're my
Jesus
dad who
Christ.
buys the cheap shit. He goes, oh, let's buy this one. I said, no, that's the worst dog food.
Yeah,
does
I
it
mean,
matter?
sure way of giving a dog ailments in later life. Normally,
Or
some
just,
form
lots of shit to clean
cancer.
up.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah, I know.
all those fillers and stuff and just junk.
I mean, the dinners that they have now. I mean, you tip it out into their bowl. And it's like there's carrots and rice and stuff like that. And you're smelling it and you're going, fuck me, it smells better than my dinner. You're tempted. You go, got a spoon.
Well, I mean, you saw the Road Warrior. He's eating dog food in the bleak future. So
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like you can get that gourmet stuff for the cats, isn't it? I mean, it's like absolutely gorgeous stuff. But it's like, it's fucking how much a pouch?
There was something
Excuse me?
popped up the other day. It was said free trial offer, box of 12 cans of this cat food. I thought for £8 or something stupid. I thought,
Yeah.
all right, I'll go to the website. I'll have a look. I went on the website and it was like free trial offer, this, trial offer that. And I said, okay, well, I'll take your trial offer, but I want to know how much your full prices are before I, commit to anything. Literally nowhere on that website, anywhere, was the full price. Anywhere.
There's
so
a
I
reason
thought,
for that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the only way you'd find out the full price is if you took up the trial. And I didn't want to take up the trial until I knew how much this was. So I Googled it, and obviously people had put the prices. It would have been anything between £55 and £75 a month to subscribe to get enough cans of food for. I think it was for 2 cats. It might have been for 1. And obviously
Sounds
for
like
2.
one.
And it was just like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I try and, we try and buy the better food that you can buy at the supermarkets. And to be fair, they don't particularly like the wet food. They're more dry food.
Yeah.
And they both seem very healthy and don't have anything wrong with them. And I would like to make sure that they're eating as well as they ought to. But those prices, fucking hell. I mean, human grade this and blah blah blah. And but Jesus, I could probably roast a chicken,
Yeah.
and then slice it all up and put it in a nice little tasty bit of gravy for less than what they're asking.
Yeah.
You know.
No, this is it. I mean, but you see, at one time of day, you used to be able to have your friendly family butcher.
Yeah.
And you could get some, nice little bits and pieces for the cat or for the dog or whatever.
Yeah.
And he'd quite happily get rid of the bits, and the pets were quite happy to receive them. As healthy as a butcher's dog,
Indeed.
The expression carries weight. So, of course, now everything's very secular, isn't it? It's all very isolated. It's faceless supermarkets.
Well, the bits that we don't normally eat of those animals, they now reprocess them and put them into things that we do normally eat, because all they have to say is, beef content, chicken content. Yeah, I know people that work in a chicken processing factory, and I know what constitutes chicken content, and it's none of the bits of the chicken you would normally want to eat.
So, Fiona was looking at the ingredients. There was some foods, these places where you buy the boxes of foods, and it's sort of, it's all gourmet, healthy, blah 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 blah. And she was looking at the contents, and it said, and I'm still trying to work this one out myself, to be honest. Meat, 17%, and 70% moisture. Moisture? Do you mean water or what? Moisture? I know it's a wet food, but fuck me, that's soaking wet, isn't it? It weren't cheap stuff either.
There's a place here called the Farmer's Dog. It's like fresh food, frozen, shipped out to you.
Yeah.
Your dog, and it's what is it? Like 200. I think 7 portions is $250 or something like that.
Jesus.
See, the thing is, when Mick had Charlie, he says he's husky, he don't mind. What I do is I go to the freezer, I grab like a chicken breast or a chicken leg or something, and I just throw it to him, and he just sits there and gnaws on it, and just eats it as is, bone and everything, the whole lot. And I'm going, yeah, do you know what? I think that's probably what he likes. Maybe because he's used to it, I don't know. So we give him some glorious food to eat, and for the first couple of weeks he's like, oh, I don't know about that. I go, mate, honestly, So, but now if Fiona's cooking a chicken for Sunday lunch or something like that, oh my God, do you know you've got a husky? But that's the thing,
Really
he jumps
picky,
up and
but-
pushes you, literally.
They're really picky.
You know-
You have to treat them like kids. And when I was a kid, I couldn't say no. I had to eat what they offered me.
Yeah.
You will sit there until you eat that fucking food, right?
Yeah.
So-
But I mean, I've had Charlie sort of like sitting there begging, and Charlie's very, very forthcoming with his begging. The others will sit back and they wait. You go, if there's anything going, we'll get it. But Charlie, and he's too old in the tooth for us to train him to not be like that, because trust me, we've tried. And he does this thing like, he's like, oh, I love it, looking at your plate. And, if I offer him a bit of chicken and he takes it and he does his little dance and he's so happy, and then comes back for the next bit, right? So I offer him a Brussels sprout. And I'm not kidding you, he took it and went, "Pff," and then carried on, and the Brussels sprout
As
on the
you
floor.
should do with Brussels
Yeah.
sprouts.
And Noah's gone, thank you, I'll have that, thank you. He goes, that's edible, I'm fucking having that. But yeah, no, got to give him the meat, otherwise he's not bloody interested. You give him a vegetable, he gives you such a look. So,
Although if you know how to cook Brussels sprouts, they're pretty damn good. You have to do the
oh
right
yeah,
thing to them.
yeah. Well, Fiona really does. I mean, she does them with butter and stuff like that. They're like absolutely gorgeous.
No,
but
no,
There's a place in San Francisco
No,
that makes an
don't you
appetizer
start.
with fried Brussels sprouts. They're
Yeah.
unbelievably good.
yeah. What I don't like is when
Devil's
they're boiled
food.
and they're still hard. I don't. Ugh, no. I like them soft and mushy.
You can also pickle them too.
Yeah.
They're good pickled.
Come on then, Mr. Puricelli. How do you like your sprouts?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't like Brussels sprouts
At all?
Fucking food of the devil. Fucking
How about
awful.
Carrot?
Carrots.
Kale? Oh, kale can...
Kale
you know,
and broccoli.
If you
I
take
don't like
kale,
so
if you fry the kale gently and you add olive oil to it, it makes it a lot easier to scrape it out of the pan into the bin. Kale. That can go and take a fucking run and jump at itself. What about carrots? Parsnips?
Carrots. Love carrots. Parsnips. Yeah, I don't mind parsnips.
Okay.
Peas. Sweet corn.
Oh, peas. Yeah, peas all day long. What about
I've actually
beans?
stopped because I'm trying to cut as much sugar out as possible. I've stopped. Like if we'd normally, if we'd have something that you might put, some baked beans on.
Yeah.
Replace those with just fresh garden peas.
Yeah.
And a bit of sweet corn maybe. Just
Although canned peas is actually quite laced with sugar.
I don't have. No, it's got to be.
It's got to be a bag of frozen
frozen,
peas type.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised at how much sugar there is in a can of peas. Actually,
Yeah.
I thought they
Well,
tasted quite nice.
That's why people like them. Yeah, they're sweet.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
like canned peas. I hate canned vegetables.
Really?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's something school dinnery about them. I just.
Yeah, no, I can
I was
see where you're
never a
coming.
massive vegetable person as a kid anyway.
I like mushy peas.
No, and that's another thing. My missus, whenever we go to the chippy, she'll get a pot of mushy
Yeah.
peas,
Aye.
and then she opens them up, and it looks like radioactive waste anyway. And then she gets vinegar,
Yeah.
and she soaks them in vinegar as well. And oh, Jesus, horrible things. But regular, garden peas, mange tout, whatever, love that. Carrots, peppers, onions, sweet corn, baby, the baby corns and
Yeah.
broccoli. I don't mind so much.
I don't I don't like baby sweet corn.
I'll tell you what, I've started because Jackie's been doing some like these healthy stir fry things, and she started getting what's that? It's like it's a broccoli, but it's like small. It's like little stems of.
Florets, the little florets.
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, broccoli rabe?
It's not. It hasn't got heads on it. They're just like it's like sprouting broccoli or something. I don't know. It's something. I can't
Oh,
remember.
right, yeah, I know.
But it's
thing
really
you
nice.
mean.
It's kind of crunchy and stuff.
So Chinese broccoli that's really thin?
It could be.
Because here's the funny thing that people hate Brussels sprouts, but they like broccoli. They're botanically the same plant.
Yeah, but no,
So
it's just
they
sprouts.
taste similar. They have different look and texture, but they're basically the same damn plant. So same with cauliflower, kohlrabi,
See, yeah, cauliflower again. Not a massive fan.
or
of that.
collard greens. They're big in the U.S.
That's fair, because look, Hayes likes his cauliflower breaded and deep fried. I like my cauliflower boiled. I just like it straight.
I
You know,
know
what
that
works
lot-
well is color. You rice it, basically make it into
Yes.
rice, and
Yeah, I've
that
heard
works
people
well.
do
Yeah.
that. And also they do cauliflower steaks.
Yeah,
So maybe
you
that's
do
what
that.
Hayes is referring to, is that sort of thing. But no, I've not really. Yeah, I'm with track. Oh, that went down the wrong hole. Green beans, no.
Yeah, do you know what? I have
with the
trouble
string.
getting on with green beans. Yeah, especially the stringy one. Oh, no.
That used to make me gag when I was
Yeah.
a kid, and I was just like, "Bleh, no.
But it's the beans you used to have as a kid that put you off eating
Same
beans.
here.
Yeah.
You
Broad beans.
pickled green beans are very good.
No. Broad beans, I don't mind. Kidney beans, absolutely love kidney beans.
Bean sprouts.
Bean sprouts, yeah, love all that.
Especially if it's in a chicken chow mein
Well, yeah.
with chicken balls. Although, the rice balls are supposed to be quite nice. I haven't
Special
actually
rice.
tried... not rice balls, fish balls.
Fish
The Chinese style
Fish
dry
and balls.
sautéed string beans are amazing with the spicy stuff.
Bless old Fiona, she did a chicken chow mein. It was fucking gross. It was. I tried to eat most of it, but Siri got very fat that night. Thank you, Siri. Oh, that was lovely, darling. Thank you. I'm going to go in the kitchen and have a couple of Weetabix on the sly. The amount of time, I'll tell you what, if I had £1 for every time I've been standing in the cupboard with the light off eating Weetabix. Shh, don't make any noise.
Oh dear. Oh yeah, beetroot. Ugh.
No, I like beetroot,
Again,
especially if it's in a ham and cheese sandwich.
no, see,
with
again,
mayo.
This is
Num, num,
something
num.
that dates back to school dinners. They used to serve,
Yeah.
beetroot, and the red would soak into everything and stain everything, and it made other things pink, and no, it's horrible.
Well, most people get the awful cooked beets on the plate in the restaurants and stuff, and those are pretty awful. But if you put it in a smoothie or you do certain things with it, it's really, really good for you. It's a good energy. It also puts lead in your pencil, literally.
Yeah, do you know what? The thing, I don't think I've ever had a smoothie in my life, because every smoothie I've ever looked at was sort of like, ooh, I don't know about that. Isn't it weird?
People got way into beets. They actually literally call it beet dick, because you have like a libido increase from beets.
Oh no, I'm in enough trouble as it is without doing anything like that. Yeah, I avoid all that type of stuff. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. That's the best way to be. Oh, mate. But like I said, there's been so many things where they go, oh, it's the same that you used to have back in the day, but we've made it healthier. You go, yeah, and all the taste has gone. What happened to the taste? So many different things now that I used to love eating.
Oh, yeah.
Mind you, she found some cracker bread. I didn't know they made cracker bread anymore.
Yeah.
But Rivita make it now. It used to be a different company used to make cracker bread.
Yeah.
So so she's got that, and I go, oh, yeah, okay then.
Yeah, I have a couple of Rivita with me lunch.
So beans
I
on
like
toast
a
still a big
Rivita.
thing?
What, sorry?
Yeah,
beans on
not
toast, yeah.
not massively though. Not like it used to be. But then it's like having a poached egg on toast. I do the poached eggs the way my auntie used to do 'em. She didn't use a container. What she would do, she would lower it into boiling water in a spoon.
Oh yeah.
And then let it go and let it
Not
poach
she-
floating.
Spin the
just-
water and then just put it in.
No, just let them float, and they were really light and fluffy because of it. And the yolks were like, very, very runny. So you have that on a bit of buttered toast. Oh.
It's got to be wholemeal toast as well.
Yes, and a little salt on it. It's absolute heaven, mate. Absolute heaven. Fiona tried to do it. What she presented to me looked like an accident black spot. Basically. It tasted all right, but it was just it lost its shape and form, shall we say? And it was sort of like on the toast instead of like sitting there all pretty and fluffy. It looked like it'd been sexually assaulted by a goat. So, but the stuff she does know how to cook, she really does cook beautifully, absolutely beautifully. Her cakes and biscuits, cookies for our American friends, are second to none. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. Absolutely gorgeous. She just doesn't do it often enough now. Because she's decided she's going to go on a diet. And I told her that if she's going to go on a diet, that means she has to stop drinking wine. And she went, I'm not going on a diet. And that was the end of that conversation.
Well, she has to stop, just reduce.
Yeah, it's high calorie for sure.
She can't even spell that. She buys 12 bottles of wine a week. Yeah. And she goes, oh, I've only had 2. I mean, yes, but you've got the biggest fucking glass I've ever seen. It's huge glass, right? She goes, I've only had 2. Yeah. It's half a bottle is
Half
one
the bottle,
glass. Yeah. She goes, I've had 2. That's a whole bottle, darling. Nah, it'll be all right. She's on this red gear now. Well, I forget the name of it. So.
Jackie went shopping today, and she sent me a text through. She says they've got a Barolo in Lidl's.
What?
Yeah, a decent Barolo. So I was busy at the time. I didn't get to reply to her.
Yeah.
Because I'm not cutting. I've reduced the wine drastically.
Yeah.
I haven't completely cut it out, as you saw the other day.
Well, sometimes completely cutting out doesn't work.
Exactly.
It makes it
that's my excuse
harder
anyway.
than it needs to be.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
So she comes home from shopping, and I help her bring all the shopping in, and I can hear the clink of the
Clinky
bottles.
clinks, yeah.
And I'm thinking, oh, that's my Barolo in there.
Yeah.
Didn't think much. She unpacks it all. I went into the utility room where I have my wine rack, and there's two bottles of red that she put in there, neither of which are a Barolo.
Okay.
I said, what happened to my Barolo? She goes, well, it was 15 quid. I said, that's not bad for a Barolo.
If it's a real one, yeah.
Well, yeah, it is. Actually,
Yeah.
I mean, Lidl's wines are pretty good. I think
Okay.
because obviously Lidl have a reputation for being sort of alternative to your brand. You know, instead of Heinz baked beans,
yeah.
you have Heinrich's baked beans.
Yeah.
Because most of it's German.
Lidl's own.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
actually, the more we buy from Lidl, the more we go, this is actually rather good.
Yeah.
In some cases, it's better. So, and with the wines, I went with her once and was looking through the wine rack and thinking, that's not bad. The prices and the quality and I don't think I've had a Duff one from there. And then every now and again they'll do an Italian week.
Yeah.
So they'll have specials on the pastas and other ingredients, and then they'll have specials on the wine, and then they'll also have grappa, which you can't find anywhere else for love nor money in the shops these days. But they don't tell you when they're going to have that week. You just go in and it's like, oh, it's Italian week, or it's Spanish week, or Greek week. But it's all good. It's all good. So I was rather disappointed when she didn't come back with a Barolo. But hey ho.
Yeah, because Fiona was saying, she goes, list the sort of stuff that you like eating. And I started
Food.
running off the list of these things. And she goes, right, is any of them not a biscuit or a cake? I went, all right, she goes, I'm talking about real food. I went, eggs, baked beans, peas, sausages, but hopefully the Richmond ones. Etc., 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 and all this sort of thing. And she's going, anything healthy? What about vegetables? And I'm going, I'm not really a vegetable-y kind of guy, I'm sort
Ketchup?
of anti-vegan. She goes, yeah, but you should be eating more vegetables. And I go, oh, okay. So she goes, right, you've got to have vegetables with this. Like she'll do me sausages, egg, and chips. And you've got to have something green with it. I go, peas. No, what about broccoli? No, peas.
Peas, please, Louise.
Yeah, peas. That'll do, peas.
Cheesy peas.
That's another thing. Oh, Christ almighty.
Cheese.
I've done my cheese quota over Christmas. Holy shit on a stick. No. You're 61, Kent. For fuck's sake, you can't eat that much cheese and expect to come out the other end healthy. There's just no way. I mean, I finished that Black Bomber. She goes, well, where's the Black Bomber gone? I think I ate that on Cracker Wheats. She goes, where's the Dairy Lees? Oh, I think that might have been on the Rive Eaters. Where that sort of stuff. She goes, where's the Red Leicester? Green crackers. She goes, but that's 4 or 5 pounds of cheese out of the fridge gone. Yeah.
What's up when we go out for dinner? The kids always take the piss out of me because when it comes to dessert, I invariably will have the cheese board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'd much rather have that than some sickly sweet bit of goo covered in more goo.
Yeah, unless it's cheesecake. That's different.
Yeah.
Strawberry cheesecake, doubly so. Mind you, gone are the days of nipping over to the freezer, pulling out a strawberry cheesecake, defrosting it, take it out of the box, and then eat it. The whole fucking thing. It's like you had a tinfoil tray, I would have had that and all. Dear me. bad. But what pisses her off is I don't put on an ounce. That really, really, really gets to her. So, well, if you've got a metabolism of a neutron star, you're laughing.
Yeah.
That's probably what I have, because I can pretty much...
Yeah, because I can eat like a bleeding horse. Not a pound, not an inch.
Well, I'm very active too, but the other challenge is because I'm on the autism spectrum as a kid,
Yeah.
I had a very hard time with a lot of foods, like a ton of stuff I did not like eating. Like green beans, for one of them, I had a hard time with. And then I had a hard time with a lot of meat. So what I've learned is the flavors have to be really simple, but the texture has to be like soft and smooth. So like in the morning, I can do oatmeal, I can do eggs. And then for dinner, I really like hot dogs, but they're not exactly the greatest thing for you.
True enough.
But I started getting, I forget what the brand is, but they're expensive, but they make all natural, like grass-fed beef hot dogs. They also make turkey-based ones and chicken-based ones. Those are pretty good. And then I like potatoes. So mostly my diet's high carb, but I also have a home gym where my living room would normally be, where I could just spend a lot of time in there and just zone out.
Yeah.
You know. But
yeah, but this is it. I mean, the thing with me, and it really does upset Fiona, is that, you know, I can eat all this shit and then do absolutely nothing, and still nothing happens, and it really perplexes her and pisses her off. Because she literally looks at a picture of a cake and she puts on 3 inches. Do you know what I mean? She goes, what the fuck?
That's the other thing. I never liked any candies or anything like that, or chocolate as a kid. It was
no, it's dreadful.
I've always found it really strong.
Yeah.
If I ever did ice cream, it was just vanilla, French vanilla. That was it.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it was worse for me was because that we were always just so bleeding poor, we couldn't afford the stuff anyway. Except when I used to go around my nan's and she'd getting packets of biscuits for us and stuff like that, and we'd pig out if we'd spend the weekend at nan's, which was like, you know, once a month kind of thing.
Yeah. So
that the same with my sister, once we got to a certain age where we were sort of like got our own money in our pockets, which is be late teens, we just went to absolute fucking town. We just madness. But she's the size of a small town now, and nothing has happened to me at all. And that pisses my sister off as well, strangely enough. You know, she got an arse you could show a widescreen film on, and I'm still in 32-inch jeans, and she's going, how? Just how?
So she walks in front of the TV and miss half of 60 minutes?
Yeah, basically. It takes her half an hour to get across it, yeah. So, yeah, and he says, I don't get it. I said, well, it's got to be something to do with female metabolism.
But Ken, do you get cold easily, or does your metabolism keep you warm?
Yeah, I don't suffer from cold too much at all. No, you think, you know, being, you know, quite thin and all the rest of it, you get quite cold.
Well, it depends. Some people have real high metabolism, which is part of it, and they stay warm that way. So.
Yeah, but I think that's what's going on. You know, food goes in and it's just like literally incinerated before it even touches the stomach wall.
People that get cold easily too. So.
Well, yeah, but I must be just like burning it off and just like it's gone. So, you know, because they did this thing when they said that, you know, I did have, you know, quite a sort of like nervous energy going on, but it doesn't show on the surface, kind of thing. So I don't feel like nervous or anything. So, but no, it just doesn't stick around. It just, I don't know. I don't know, because I mean, look, Fiona ordered me a set of jeans today, and she goes, "What's your waist?" I went, "Same as it was when I was 17." She goes, "Fuck off." She goes, "So you're still 32 waist?" "Yeah." "After Christmas, you're still 32 waist?" "Yeah." Oh man, it really, really gets to her. Don't take so much weight on, don't worry about it so much. Because you know damn well that if she wanted to lose weight, all she's got to do is stop drinking so much wine, and it's just not on the table, unless it's table wine. Yeah, and it's got to be table wine, yeah, and it's all right. So, because even if she ate an apple, she'd hold it in her mouth as long as possible so it would turn to cider. And grapes. I mean, she walks around with them for weeks. So
It's nature's candy, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, she doesn't do the hard spirits or anything, but the wine, she's a sucker.
What,
Yeah,
does she
see,
just
half
like
God, he's
drink it
32
normally,
waste as
just-
well.
Yeah.
Unless I do this thing where, when I get quite old, if I get there, when you get thinner and thinner and stuff like that, and I go, well, Christ, I could paint myself green and pretend to be an stick insect. Maybe earn money. Sitting on a park bench going like that.
you have to master that shaky movement, yeah.
Yeah, why do they do that anyway? What's the...
That's part of it's stuff blown in the wind. If you have a regular pattern, the predator's
Yeah.
going to pick it up. But when it's a sporadic pattern like that, it's like they're blowing in the wind, like a leaf or a stick or whatever. So it's ingenious
okay.
stuff.
That
Yeah,
makes
it's really-
perfect sense, yeah.
Totally works. That's the same. You can also do that with. If you ever see like a funnel web spider and you want to see it come out because it's hiding in there waiting for food, you take a little
Yeah.
tiny branch, you kind of wiggle erratically. It's the edge of its web. It'll come out thinking you're food and say, "Oh shit," and run back into the web. Yeah. So they're just looking for patterns, basically.
Yeah. Now, although most spiders would sort of like, they don't scare me, but it's sort of like, go, yeah, you stay over there and I'll stay over here.
Oh, I love spiders.
But those little cute ones, the ones
jumping
that,
spiders are some of the best.
they put their front leg up on and like they're holding hands with you. Those little.
Well,
fellas.
these little dances because their eyesight is incredibly good, and they have to judge distances because they jump over gaps and stuff.
They are as
And you
cute
watch,
as hell.
yeah, there's one called a peacock spider, I think. Jumping spider. It's beautiful.
Well, what works in their favour is it looks like they have two eyes. So there's that kind of association.
Well, they have the two really large eyes, and then the other ocelli are on the outside for kind of light
and they
measurement.
don't really notice as much, do they?
And so they look cuter. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're really good predators. They're good at catching stuff, going after ants and things.
Yeah, good God.
I think I'm going to call it a night, lads, because I'm shattered.
Well, to be honest with you, yeah, I got to be up early in the morning anyway. School night and all that
Yeah.
kind of scenario.
I've got to do a show tomorrow as well, and there's lots to talk about, so
Oh, good.
lots of research.
So basically, I sit here for 2 hours going, it's shit. Like that for 2 hours.
Do your homework. I give you all the links. I put all that effort into
Mate,
that.
if I didn't have so much on, sometimes I'm looking at the links and looking at the news
Do you
items.
want me to make you a YouTube playlist, and then you can just click it and then...
It's not, honest to God, it's literally, I'm coming up the stairs to turn on the computers to do the show, and I'm reading and looking at links as I'm coming up the
We're
stairs.
so informed as a channel, aren't we?
No, I'm terrible. I'm there just for the swear content. I'm just
You're
there to
for
go. It's all bollocks. It's all
the
horrible.
Live reaction. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's just like I see. Sometimes I'm seeing these things for the very first time, and I go, "So, what do you think, Ken?" Well, my first impression.
Get the gut reaction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, new microcore. No.
Well, yeah, but then sometimes none of us know very much about the product that's been launched, and we go into the speculation, and so it doesn't matter whether you're forearmed or not. It's you just go, it's blue.
It makes noise.
Can't go wrong
Right.
with blue.
No, indeed. Right, I'll see you all tomorrow.
I will make an effort. I will make an effort to look at all the links well before.
Jolly good.
Oh,
All right,
are you covering the Korg? What's it called? Sequence drum machine thing.
Oh, the KR11.
KR11.
Yeah, we got Korg KR11, the Micro Korg 2, and the King Korg Neo.
Right.
And then we've got the Yamaha Seek Track.
Yeah, no, Yamaha Seek
That
Track.
looks pretty
I kind of like the look of that.
And whatever else comes out between now and then, because things are now starting to trickle out
Yeah.
at a fair rate. And they
What's
will
that?
do.
All the pre-NAM releases, as it were.
Yeah. Well, even stuff that's not even going to be at NAM is, they just take the opportunity to kind of ride the wave.
Yeah.
What was there? Something the other day we were talking about it at Gear News, because we're tagging, we tag everything with NAM and what have you.
Yeah.
And this company just, they've put this thing out. They're not at NAM. We checked. They didn't mention NAM at all. But do we bill it as NAM because it's coming out this week? So it's kind of
NAM-esque.
yeah. These
NAM-like.
coattail riders.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll also have the whole Buffet Crampon episode as well.
Well,
we've
yes.
got to do with Andy and his carpet cam,
That's right.
which should be quite interesting.
I got extra batteries this time. I have better
Good man.
microphones set up. It'll be much better. So.
Nice. We'll just take the piss out of people that we see there. It's just much more fun than the gear.
It can be.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, gents. See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Indeed. Oh.
Au revoir.
Oh.
Right.
God. Ow.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Doctor, it hurts when I do this.
Oh. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Don't do that then. Yeah.
Right. See you later.
All right.
Take care. See you later, everybody. Look after yourselves.
Bye-bye.
I'm going to San Francisco to pick up my girlfriend at the airport, so I might do a little tour on North Beach for a bit later if you guys